Good morning, everybody, once again. It is my hope that you are able to hear me clearly. I'm glad that we have this opportunity to talk about our future. I always believe that we always have plans. When we are in primary school, we have plans on when can we go to secondary school. We look forward to that. And we look forward to it with an expectation that it's going to be a progression in our lives that will be positive, and we really want to go there. When we are in primary school, we look forward for high school, and desperately. Then from there, we look forward to university. I still remember when I was in secondary school, I was at the peak. I believe that if we have to measure spirituality, I think when I was in secondary school, my spirituality was really at its peak, and I looked forward to the coming of the Lord. But I still remember that besides that, I kept on telling myself that, no, but Jesus shouldn't come soon. I just want to go to university. So I was looking forward to university in spite of knowing that heaven should be a better place. Should be when if Jesus comes, it will be a better time for me. But I still planned for university. I looked forward to university. And trust me, when I go to university, I was also looking forward to the world. We called it the world then. But you know, when you reach the world, that's where a lot of us, we stop planning. We stop looking forward. We stop thinking ahead. And yet, we don't know that we are creating problems for ourselves, because life doesn't end in the world. Life ends in retirement, because that's the last phase of our career life. And that is a part that I believe that has been a problem. I believe that a lot of people have failed to plan for retirement. And it's very sad to see that many people go for early death, not because their health was supposed to be ending at that time, but because they are stressed, they were not prepared psychologically, even physically and financially, and as a result, they get so stressed and they find themselves going to early graves. I have seen that not only people that are in lower ranks in our offices, but even senior managers. In fact, even the CEO of the organization, they are never ready to retire. I have seen that it doesn't matter what sort of qualification you have, whether you are an accountant, a lawyer, an engineer. It looks like this lack of planning for retirement is a problem across the board. Everybody, literally everybody, fails to plan for their retirement. I have seen that people underestimate the amount of money that they need in retirement. They think that when I retire, I will not need a lot of money so I can survive on my assets. But I have seen that it is a problem when you get into that retirement, when you realize that, in fact, you need a lot of money. When you're in retirement, that's when your health challenges kick in. You need more checkups. You need a lot of things that require money. And you realize that there are certain responsibilities that are still on your head, that you're still battling with. And yet you have failed to plan because you thought that when I retire, I will not need a lot of money. I have seen people being shocked by the money that they get when they retire, thinking that when I retire, whatever my employer has been contributing for me for pension will take me to live a comfortable life. And yet, when you go into retirement, you get shocked with what you're getting. Sometimes you get 10%, you get 20%, and you wonder. I know of somebody who was getting 800,000. And when they got into retirement, she was only getting 64,000. You can imagine that jump. It is not easy. So it is a problem that is not only here, but it's across the globe. There are people, even in America, that would rather work and work forever simply because they have failed to plan for retirement. I have seen people getting comfortable with the fact that they have built a house. They are happy that because I have an asset, then I can retire. But little do they think about how much income does that asset bring. People have got businesses, they have invested in farms, they have invested, but the question is, how much is the cash flow that is coming out of there that will sustain you? That's where the real issue about retirement planning comes, because you cannot be comfortable because you have 3 houses. The 3 houses are not going to give you enough money to replace the income that you're currently getting. And this is what causes a lot of stress unless you want to start selling. But the question is, how soon can you sell and how many times can you sell? This is why it is extremely important that we should plan for our retirement. And this is why Sycamore has taken retirement planning as an important area for us to have, so that we take care of the challenges that people face in retirement. We look forward to our retirement, that we should also be able to live comfortably as we are working without stressing towards the end of our career when we see that retirement is coming. And the good news is that when we start planning for our retirement well enough, we are going to live comfortably. We are going to have the tips that will allow us to look forward to retirement. And in fact, retirement should be something that we should look forward to. I myself, I look forward to retirement. I can assure you that I don't look forward to the day when my employer is going to tell me that it's now time to go because you've reached retirement age. What I look forward to is a day when I walk to my employer and hand the letter to the employer to say, I would like to thank you so much for being at this institution for all these years. But now I believe that I have reached the time where I can now retire. I would like to be the one to make the decision. I don't want to be told to go and retire. And as you know, the good news is once you have worked for an employer for more than 20 years, you are entitled to go on early retirement. So this is something that we should all look forward to. Instead of feeling that we are being rejected, we are being chased, but we should look forward to a time when it will be our decision to go on retirement. So I'm going to share with you a slide on the slides that I'll be going through this morning. So just bear with me as I'm putting the slides up here. So I will start with a question. What do you call a person who is happy on a Monday morning? Anybody? Maybe to give you a clue is which day stresses you of the week and why. So that should be a lead to somebody who should answer the question. What do you call someone who is happy on a Monday?
Yes, I think it would be a pensioner or a retiree.
Yes, that is true. That is actually very, very true. If you see this old young couple, they are retired and they are happy on a Monday. Oftentimes we are stressed on Monday. We are thinking about the plans. We are thinking about what we failed to accomplish last week, and we are thinking of most management meetings are on Monday, and it stresses you a lot because you have Monday is a day when you are really making sure that things should be delivered in the week. So a retired person should ideally be happy on a Monday, but you can only be happy on a Monday when you have planned well for your retirement, when you have a purpose, when you have the money, when you have something to look forward to, other than wondering what I'm going to do. I remember somebody talking to me about 2 months ago that, Audrey, do you have something that I can do? I'm retired and I can tell you I literally don't have anything to do. I come out of my bedroom, go on the table to have breakfast, then I go back to my bedroom. Afterwards, I go back to the table to have lunch, then I go back to my bed. I don't know what to do. So you may have money to eat, but if you don't have an activity, you will not be happy. So the question is, are you going to be like this couple that is happy on a Monday because they have money, they have a purpose, they have something to look forward to? So this is why we are going to go through this retirement planning. We are going to look at a number of topics that are outlined here. We had also, our CEO had also mentioned, so I will not go through them. But the question is, when the day for your retirement comes, how are you going to be? If you look on the screen, you see 2 people. On the right, there is someone who is happy. On the left, there's someone who is going for retirement. People have actually prepared a party, a farewell party. It says happy retirement, but look at the face. Look at the face of the person. Does she look happy? And the question is, how are you going to look yourself on your retirement day? When the farewell for your retirement comes, will you be on the left or on the right? That's the question that we have to battle with. First, we have to ask, what is retirement? So I want to look at retirement as a time when one ceases to work, whether you were employed or you were not employed, and retirement can come because of age. We do have different ages that are stipulated according to we do have different ages that are stipulated according to the employers that we are working for, but also the Pensions Act also provides an age that we qualify for retirement. But you can also retire by choice. And now, when you are retiring, sometimes it may not necessarily mean that you have stopped doing something, but you can retire from what you are doing and move to doing something else that you are passionate about. And I think that is the best way to retire. And it's something that I look forward myself to retire to, that I go and do something that I am passionate about, something that is more like a hobby, and yet it is something that will keep me satisfied. And I would like to encourage you to do the same. Some people retire, but they still find themselves doing something that will keep them alive, just to survive. Retirement should be a happy time. It should be something that should give us advantages, because it gives you a chance to do what you wanted to do in the first place, but you didn't have time for because you were busy. I am very passionate about piano. I play piano, but I always see that I don't have time to practice as much as I would have liked, because I'm always busy with other things. And I look forward to retirement, where that time I will spend all my time on my favorite instrument. I just love it. So that's what I think will keep me happy. And the other advantage about retirement is that you also have health advantages. Because let's face it, we are stressed in these offices. We have got deadlines. We have things that we have to meet all the time. And you build on stress. So the advantage about retirement is that you have time to still work, but you can work now at your own pace. You can choose which work you want to go for if you have planned well for your retirement. So that now creates a health advantage, because you are not stressed as you would have been. But the other advantage about retirement is that you also don't have pressure to be at the office at a specific time. You can dictate your own time. But retirement also forces you to create when you have time to think, because I don't know what your experience has been, but for me, most of the time, between 5 o'clock to 8 is the time when I have the chance to think. I think a lot because at that time, I usually put my phone off, and I have no internet as well on my computer. And while I'm working, I think a lot because there are no disturbances. And I come up with solutions on things that I was failing to come up with a solution the previous day. But what happens is when I get to 9 o'clock going forward, I'm telling you, even a simple thing becomes a difficult thing to make a decision on, because I am now under pressure. There's email, there are phone calls, there's WhatsApp. People are talking to me. People are bringing to me things for signing, and it becomes difficult for you to think. So when you are in retirement, you'll be surprised that you have that time to start think and visualizing, and you can create something that you had failed to create over the past years. The other advantage about retirement is also learning a new skill. Maybe you haven't had time to learn a new skill, and this is the time. Mending broken relationships, as I said, that the nearer, the dearer. Most of the time, we fail to have good relationships with some people that should matter, simply because we are busy. So retirement also creates an opportunity that if those people were not busy as well, it's time to mend. We don't have to answer to our boss when you are in retirement. You have your free time, and you can also enjoy. So those are the advantages. But if retirement is that good, if retirement is that place where we should look forward to and have all this time. Why are we not retired now? How come all of us, including myself, I am still working? Why? So the issue is that there are certain challenges that are chaining us from retiring, and this is why we want to share these skills so that we should take action now in order to prepare ourselves so that we should be able to retire happily. Kids are one of the problems, and I don't know how many young people are here, but I would advise you that those of you that don't have kids, it's better to have kids early. If you delay having kids in the name of having fun first when you are young, you are going to pay the price, because you discover that the time for retirement it has come, but your child is in high school. And when your child is in high school, you haven't even started paying school fees as yet, because real fees is in university. You end up paying a lot of money. So kids are one of the challenges that chain us from retiring. Sometimes it's the loans. I don't know if I had a magnifying glass, a financial magnifying glass of checking how many people on this forum have got loans. I believe that I will find probably maybe only one person that doesn't have a loan. So these loans are something that will keep us chained and failing to make a decision to retire, because we are always thinking, but I need to clear, how do I pay back my loan if I retire? The other one is housing. If you don't have a house, then it's a disaster to retire. We need to make sure that at least you have somewhere secure where you can live. I wonder on this forum, and I would like to challenge you that if there is anybody here who does not have a house, you are in a disaster, you are in trouble. And I would ask you to make decisions to create a house. And I'm telling you that having a house doesn't mean that you need to have something luxurious. But what you need is something basic, at least somewhere where you can call your own home. A place where, even though you know you don't have money, but at least you have somewhere to put your head and to be comfortable and call it a home. It doesn't matter to me how simple your house is, but make sure you have a house. The other challenge that chains us from retiring is lack of investments. I have talked about investments because I want us to understand that you need to have something that will create income. So an investment is something that will generate income that will now be used for you to live on. An investment is not something that I am saying you should be disposing for retirement, but I am saying you need to put your money in the instruments that will now generate money for you to live on while that investment is still there. In other words, when you have a mango tree at your house, you don't cut the mango and cook it, but you leave that tree there. In fact, you keep nurturing it and watering it and putting manure so that it should produce the mangoes. So it's the mangoes that we want. And that's what I'm talking about with regards to investment. So the challenge that comes here, I know that most people here do have an investment in one form or another, or maybe more. But the problem that we have at the moment is that the investments that we have do not have enough mangoes as fruits to cover our income. You will find that we have a house, but a house that we are having is giving us much less that we cannot live on that house. This is why we need to learn about retirement planning early, so that we should have a lot of these investments, so that this amount that we are going to get will now help us to live on and still leave the investment intact. The other one is the lack of alternative income. Alternative income is extremely important. In fact, I'm going to share a verse in Ecclesiastes, I think chapter 28, where it talks about having 7 sources of income. It is important that you should have alternative income, because disaster does strike. You know, I was just laughing with my husband, I think this week, that, it looks like the disaster is striking us, because for him, his job is ending. Okay, so you have, most of the time when you are working in government, you usually have where we offer the meetings, they will give you an allowance. You know, that allowance keeps, especially those of us that work in government, you understand that the allowance also becomes part of your income that will take care of your bills for the week. So we're saying that no, when you stop working, then those allowances are gone, the salary is gone. Then now you see that income stream has dried up. Now you were relying only on that income, then you are in trouble. you need to have more than one source of income. And if anybody here relies on their income from the office only as a way of survival, you are in trouble. You need to create multiple sources of income. The other challenge that chains us is low annuity payments. Annuity payments is the amount of money that you're going to receive every month. I gave you the example already that someone was getting 800,000 every month, but when they retired, their annuity was 64,000. That is the problem. How do you survive on 64,000 when you were getting 800? Those are the challenges that we get in our retirement planning, and that's why we fail to retire, because the annuity is too low. There's also a lack of social security. In Malawi, we really don't have any. So what are the challenges that people face in retirement? There are challenges in retirement. The first one are personality challenges. I'm telling you that when you retire, you lose your identity. For me, most of the time, I see that when I talk to people, they would like to associate me with my job. They look at me as someone who works for the Public-Private Partnership Commission. They look at me as Audrey from the PPPC. Now, if I drop that PPC thing now, I have to find a new identity. Who is Audrey now? And now we know, for me, I know Sarah as MRA. I know Haston Chamba as Lafarge. I know Singo as Smile Life. So now you have to know that there is an identity issue that comes with retirement. And this is why you need to plan on what am I going to do when I retire, so that you begin to create that new identity that you'll be associated with. Unfortunately, human nature it makes it impossible for us to get satisfaction when we are seen as a nobody. People want to be recognized as a someone. So the moment you are recognized, the moment you are associated with something, that's when you begin to have an identity. So you should understand that one of the challenges that you meet is the identity. Who am I? This identity thing even affects the way you dress. You are used to wearing a tie, a jacket. Now, when you retire and you want to go to the bank, how do you dress? Are you going to wear a jacket? When you're going in town, how do you dress? So you have all these problems as challenges that you will meet. The other thing is idleness. Trust me, people are going to forget you when you are retired. You are right now, your phone is very busy. Sarah, I can tell you from MRA that your phone is very busy, not because people like you as Sarah, they like your position. People are calling you because of who you are in your position. The moment you retire, you'll be looking for, in fact, you'll be excited when someone calls your name. Right now, if I call your number, you're going to ignore my phone because you are so busy. So many people are calling you. But at your office, you had people like your previous DG. I am sure he can testify to you if you talk to him today that his phone stopped ringing, and yet it was so busy. So that's what happens, that you begin to feel idle. People are not interested. They don't want you anymore. The value that they saw in you gets carried away when you retire. There is also loss of power. When you are used to making decisions, you discover that the moment you are retired, you don't have anywhere to exert your power. So that creates some distress, and you become disappointed because you are not recognized as someone who can make decisions. So it's the same, loss of status. Mental degradation is another one, deterioration, because as they say that something that's not being used, it dies. May I just ask for water? Something that's not being used, it dies. So as a result, you need to make sure that you are exercising your health, and loss of friends. Yourself, I think I will not be able to transmit my cough to you since this is online. That's why I had to do this online. So now we also face financial challenges. So there is the personality challenges, but also financial challenges. Financial challenges that people face in retirement is the low income replacement ratio. I have talked about this. The money you get from your annuity is so small to replace what you are getting. The other challenge is inflation. I will just give you a simple example. 10 years ago, not even 10 years ago, actually 6 years ago, I used to buy Sobo for 600. And now, I think 7 years later, so Sobo is like what? Is it 2000 now or 2000? So what you should understand is that if you don't plan your retirement by investing in equities, things that will help you to grow your income, you're going to become poor even on the same amount. So today you may say that when I look at my income, I'm able to generate this amount, but that amount will be eroded away with inflation because prices start going up. So inflation becomes one of the challenges that will perpetually make you gradually become poorer and poorer every year because prices still keep going up. Look at petrol, look at the price of education, health. Inflation eats away the value. So the other challenge we face is the dry spell of money. That one I cannot emphasize enough, but the point in simple is that everything that you were getting from your office disappears. That's a lot, especially when you think about the airtime that we get, simple things like those. You get your margin paid by the office. You know, the moment you begin to think that, no, it's not just for me, but also the office was paying for my children, for my spouse, now you realize that you are in trouble. Longevity is another one because we live longer these days compared to life in the past because of good health, because of good medication. So the longer you are living, the more money you need. And the other challenge people face is relying on a single source of income. I have said this already, that it is dangerous. And I want to emphasize and talk to people that are here. Mr. Mwandira, I don't know how many sources of income you have, but make sure you have at least 7 sources of income. And you'll be surprised that disaster strikes actually, even if at once, you'll find that you have lost maybe 4 sources of income. So you have to be careful and you have to be ready that if I lost 4 of the income sources that I have now, how do I still survive? The other challenge that people face in retirement is loan obligations, early withdrawals from your retirement. If you retire early, if you withdraw and that money runs out, it's a challenge. Sometimes it's about health costs. We have increasing health costs in retirement. I talked about health, benefits disappearing. Sometimes some of us, we also fail to make a decision to tell our families that now I have retired and I'm no longer going to be responsible for family responsibilities. So we are still expected, even in retirement, to be the uncle, to be the auntie, to be the assisi, to be the brother, the big brother, who should be responsible for every funeral that happens in there. So that becomes a problem. Every cousin that has a child, they expect that their child should be educated by you. Those are problems that you face in retirement if you don't plan properly and if you don't announce your cutoff line. The other challenge that people face in retirement is the evaporation of their entire life savings. I don't know how to emphasize this enough. I wish I was standing that you were able to see me, but I want to tell you that I have seen people suffer. Trust me, what happens with retirement savings is that people are always busy working. Now, when their retirement day comes, they get their 40% portion of their retirement. Now they start thinking, what do I do? They want to go into a business. I am telling you that it is not easy to start a business with retirement money. A business is like a mango tree. You plant a mango tree today, there is no way, no matter how hardworking you are, how much fertilizer and water you have put on that mango tree, it is not going to give you mangoes the same day. But when you have retired, you want to make sure that you have food today. So there is a chance the mango tree will not grow. There is a chance the mango tree will take longer to bear fruit. And most people have suffered, losing their entire savings because they went into a new business venture with retirement money. Be careful. Be careful. There's someone who has, I know him very well as somebody with experience in finance. He has been in the financial sector for a long time. And then he was telling me that, my retirement age has come. Now I'm going to retire. So I said, so what's the plan? What do you want to do in retirement? He says, I'm passionate about farming. And I want to go into farming. And I told him, you're going to fail. And I'm telling you that you're going to be miserable. The money that you got from your retirement, you're going to lose it. You don't start farming because you have retired. You start farming while you are still employed. You know what to do. You know how to. You don't start new businesses just because you have retired. There's a big chance you lose that money. And I know someone. I remember there was a time I was talking to. I will not mention, or maybe it doesn't matter. I was talking to the governor of Reserve Bank at some point, and he was telling me about the challenges that people get when they retire. So he was talking to me that he had met one guy who had retired but had a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, you're talking of money that would be close to 100 million. After a year, that whole amount disappeared. Why? They ventured into retirement. You know, I'm just remembering of a gentleman that I am aware was a very top senior manager in one of these banks. And he, after retirement, took that money, went into farming, and he lost everything. So what I can tell you is that do not experiment with things that you haven't done while you are working to start putting all your entire savings. Be careful on what you're going to put in these risky investments, because that is almost the last money that you had. The other challenge that people face when they have retired is psychological challenges. These are to do with stress, health problems, lifestyle changes, depression, boredomness, shame. These are the challenges that face people when they retire. Now, people are scared of retirement because they lacked financial education. I can assure you that I'm glad that I know what I should do in order to plan for my retirement today. But I can assure you, I wish I knew what I know today 20 years ago. If I knew 20 years ago, I would have been much, much better than what I am today. And the lack of financial education is a serious problem. People fail to retire because they fail to invest in the income generating activities. When you are investing, think about income. A lot of people here, we would rather put a lot of money in a house that we are going to live so that people should see that we are living a good house, we are living a comfortable house. But if you are going to think about income generation, you would see that the best would be to live in a simple house and put more of your money in assets, in houses that will generate income. So the challenge that people face why they are scared about retirement is the things that I have talked about before, including debt, no houses, failing to save, and also living a life beyond our means. It is very sad that a lot of us today, if the bank said they are withdrawing credit facilities from us, our lives will stop. Even bread, we cannot afford it. In fact, a beggar would have more money than us because a beggar has cash and doesn't have debts. But for us, most of us, we are living on debt. So because we are living on debt, we live a life that is beyond our ability. That is the challenge that most people face in terms of retirement. So most of the time, because we are scared and we are not ready to retire, what do? We seek employment extension. We want our employer to consider us, maybe to give us a contract for 2 years or so. But at the same time, we also make a lot of mistakes because we want to do catch up. That's why retirement planning is not a training that should only be attended by people that are going on retirement in the next 1-2 years, but it should be attended by people also that have got 10 years to go, 20 years to go, so that you don't do things in a hurry. But when you are doing things while panicking, you end up making mistakes. And you even go into debts to try to get new debts so that you should find a way of getting a business or building a house. In the end, you are in trouble. But the worst thing is also unethical behavior, because now when you have people that are in retirement, they are close to retirement, they don't have money, they want to start stealing. They want to start dealing into certain things that will give them money. So that becomes another problem. Yeah, so in terms of residential home, it's something that I have emphasized already. I will not go into it, but all I want to say is that it's important that we should extremely have a home. This is the most important thing. You can have no food, but at least you should have a home. Because if you don't have food, you can find a way, even if it means having vegetables outside. So the result of most people not being prepared is that it creates problems to HR managers. Because when you want to talk to people about retirement, they are so emotional. I was talking to the principal of one of the universities who was telling me that, you know what, I have created a lot of enemies with the lecturers that I am telling to go on retirement, because they don't understand that they should go for retirement, and they hate me for telling them to go for retirement, and then they have reached retirement age. So it becomes a very, very emotional thing that it creates an enmity. You get so scared, you are so sensitive. Any comment that someone makes about retirement, you think that they are not being considerate. It creates health problems, stress. So it becomes very difficult. You know, the other challenge about retirement planning is that, right now you go to the bank, they'll give you a loan. But go to the bank when you have 1 year into your retirement, they will start denying you credit facilities. The same person, you begin to think that the banks are being unfair. They have now changed their status, their view towards you. But retirement planning, it becomes so difficult. And you get a lot of pressure. Even the existing loan facilities that you have, you find that the banks are on you. They want you to pay back. But then what I wanted to say is that as much as I have talked about the challenges that people face in retirement, I want you to be prepared. I just want you to know, because for those of you that may have joined earlier, there was some videos that we are playing as we were waiting for people. There was one where I was saying that when you go into your goals for 2020, you should know that you are going there with problems are waiting for you. But the fact that there are problems are waiting for you doesn't mean that you shouldn't go. But it should simply prepare your mind to know that it's not going to be smooth. And because of that, you're going to be resilient. But it also helps you to look for solutions of what you can do in order to have a happy retirement. So the problems that I have talked about here, I was simply saying that they are there to prepare your mind. But it doesn't mean that it's the end of life. You need to take heart and know that change happen. You have already done certain changes in your life and you have survived. Losing land is a change, but you are still alive. It breaks your heart, but it works. Relocation, having children. So you will see that there are certain major changes that happen in our lives. And besides that, some of us have lost jobs. We've been jobless at some point, but you managed. Here you are. So it happens. So retirement doesn't mean it's the end of life. But all I want to say is that whether you're going to have a happy retirement or a sad retirement depends on you. You are the architect of your life. And this is why we're keeping you with these skills that you should take charge of your life. You need to think about the money that you need in your retirement. So you need to think about the most important things. Think about when you are retiring, you have to think about the housing, your kids' school fees, think about investing. How about your utility bills, your home running, your home running expenses? Those are the things that you have to bear in mind as you are planning for your retirement. So for you to now think about a better retirement, you have to think about it now. So first of all, you need to visualize, and you need to create your own future. So at this point, I would like to give each one of us maybe a minute or two to visualize our future. I want to see how Mr. Mwandira is going to look like in retirement. I want you to take time. You can close your eyes and go into your retirement. Go. I don't know when you'll be retiring, 10 years from now, 5 years from now. Can you look at yourself, see the man, see the lady that you are going to become in 10 years from now, 5 years from now, after you have retired. So let's have this moment of visualization. I'll give you time. When you visualize, I want to have your feedback. I want to tell me who you saw in retirement. We are going to start with Dave. Who did you see? You can turn on your video.
Hello.
Yes, Dave. Who did you see in retirement? Can you describe the man you saw?
Of course, I saw somebody with multiple sources of income and with a portable house for occupation.
That's great. The important point is that you have somewhere to stay, but you also have income. I want to ask Piri, Piri, who did you see in retirement?
Thank you, Audrey. I think I saw someone who's content, who's happy, and has somewhere to stay, but also is got something. Is not worried about finances or how they will manage themselves over the next coming years, but also something who's got a purpose, something that they are doing that is keeping them still happy and fulfilled. Thank you.
All right. So what I will ask you to do, I know that you've gotten it away, the first two speakers, but the ones that are coming, I want you to be specific. Who did you see? When you say sources of income, can you explain someone who is getting money from what and what? Someone that has got something to look for. What are you doing? What is that something? I think go specific, because that now begins your journey. I'll give you a simple example. For me, I see a consultant who will be occupied with training and consulting at Sycamore Concert Limited. I see myself as a board of director that will keep me occupied on many companies. I think that's just an example on when you're talking about something. So I want you to be specific on what you're doing, what you are seeing the person doing in their retirement. So Nkapulusa, we have Nkapulusa. While he's getting ready, we can start with Simaka. I think we can just talk. Maybe whoever is ready can just talk. So we have Simaka, we have Kachingwe.
Hi, Audrey.
Hi.
Sorry, I actually, the internet was cutting. I'm Second Prusa. Actually, yes. I see myself after retirement as a happy lady who has got a very beautiful house staying in, waking up in the morning and having a farm where I see the cattle, I see the goats, I have my chicken the other side. I go, I pick an egg, and I know I have part of my breakfast as an egg from my collar. And at the same time, I see myself sitting in different boards. And of course, I see myself as a social worker, having more time to spend with the young ones, trying to share my experiences, how they can develop themselves. That's how I see myself, and ending up with reflecting in the golf course. Thank you.
You didn't mention where does the money come from to finance you?
Okay. Where the money is coming from, I have mentioned about the farm, animal farm. So basically, if I have an animal farm, I expect to sell milk every day. Once in a while, I expect, to at least I know from the meat, the chickens. So that's my main expectations. Apart from the investment, I'll make sure I have those type of insurances where I invest and then I get something every month to top up from the one I'll be getting on monthly basis from my employer, so that I go closer to what I'm getting now, because by then my plans are all my children are no longer my responsibility. They are on their own. And thank you, you mentioned about the kids. So I see myself by then, all the kids are doing their own things. They are independent. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that is true. I think that is important. And actually, what I've seen is that some kids, even though they are working, they are still expecting their parents to still support them. So I think we need to just make sure that they are no longer your responsibility. One thing that I want you to do, is to find out how much milk is selling for. How much milk do you need to milk every day, and how much money are you going to make? Because you need to know how many cows you need to keep. You need to know your targets. Otherwise, what happens is the same thing, that you are putting your money in retirement planning, and you are thinking, I'm going to live on my retirement. Then when you finish your retirement, when you get to your retirement, you discover that what you're getting is actually 64,000 a month. So you find that the happiness that you were looking for is no longer there. With animal farming, you notice that the profits that you get from animal farming is by waiting for the animal to have kids, to have to bear some babies. Those are your profits. So it's something that is not like short term. It's something that takes long. And for you to really make the money, what you really need is to have a lot, because now you know that it's a slow process. But when you have a slow process of a lot of cows, then at least it makes a difference. So I like your expectation, your enthusiasm. All I can say is let's remember that we need to now make sure that from now on, we should start looking at real numbers. Let's not just fantasize, but we should now look at real numbers, that now, how much do I need to really make income out of this? So that's your exercise that you visualize, and you have to write it down, and then you start working towards building your animals, so that by the time you're retiring, you are getting to the levels that will really give you a lot of money. And we're going to go to the next person. The next person was, who is the next person? We'll talk to two more people, and then we'll move. Two more people. Mr. Chamba, who did you see in retirement?
Yeah, thank you, Audrey. I saw some has got no deadlines.
You saw someone who?
Someone who has got no deadlines.
No dates?
Like, yeah.
After
that, I see somebody who is getting money from retirement and also money from.
I think your network is a little bit difficult. I don't know if I'm the only one that is not able to hear you properly. Can you try to repeat?
Yeah, what I was saying was you see somebody who will be a free person because you don't have the deadlines, and also somebody who is getting income from the rentals which the students are paying in the small houses that I would have in town, and also somebody who is getting a little bit of income from the investments, which are stock exchange, the dividends, and also the advice, because I feel I have got the experience, the skills in my field that I would be giving advice to various organizations. That's the person that I saw in the field.
Yeah, that's great. And my comment there would be, you need to go and look at the income that you are currently getting, because I'm also into real estate. And what I discovered is that you need to be careful on how much really are you getting as a replacement. There's a difference because right now, for me, I have several properties. And what I see is that the income that I get is fine, but it's because I also have another salary. But what you need now is to now go and look at the income that you're getting from the students. Look at the income that you're getting from your other properties. Put it together and see that if this was the only one, is it enough? I think that's where you're going to see what else you need to do. I like something that you said regarding advice. If you have, one of the things that you need to do in your retirement is to ensure that you are monetizing your knowledge, you are monetizing your skill. And for you to start monetizing that skill, you don't have to wait until you have retired. people will not take you seriously when they see that you are doing it because you are desperate for money. But start now. So what I would say is right now, start giving free advice. Actually, that's how I started myself. I started with doing a lot of free advice on social media, on Facebook, on my page. That's how I started now, because people saw that what I was advising them was helping them. That's when now people started getting willing to start paying for it. So I would say that, yeah, right now is the time to open your social platform where you'll be providing that advice. Right now is the time when you're going to create contacts with the different institutions that you want to be advising. Start now. Find an opportunity to exercise, because it will also help you to perfect your skill. So this is something that I would want to talk to everybody here, that remember, the skill that you have is a skill that can be monetized, and it doesn't matter what you're doing. Even if you are a messenger, you know, right now, for some of you may know about this platform called the Marketplace. The Marketplace is a company that I have set up with a few friends, where one of the services that we are doing on that is delivery services. So if you are a messenger, you can actually monetize your skill and use it for delivery services, because people are scared to go around with COVID. But it's not just COVID, people are busy. And you can also take advantage of small businesses. They can't afford to have a messenger. You can go into those small businesses and now say, we are going to be your messenger. So whenever they have a mail to be sent from this place to this, or they want something collected, they just call you, and you be able to be the one to take things around, or employ people to help you. So you can monetize your skill. And all I want to say is that to everybody who is on this forum, look at what you're doing now. Do not look at it as a job, but look at it as a skill that you can use to now monetize and use it in the long term. You should look at it as something that actually, one thing that I always say to myself, that when you are working, don't work for your employer, but work for yourself. In other words, when you are working, work in such a way that you are perfecting yourself, that you should become better, knowing that by becoming better, your employer is going to benefit, but you yourself are also going to grow. So when you grow, people will like you for your service, and they'll be able to coach you. They'll be able to give you money, because they can see that what you're doing is better. So stop working for your employer, start working for yourself, and in such a case, you see that both of you are going to benefit. So I will just give a chance to one person, or maybe we can move on. Or is there someone who wants to share? Okay, I'm not seeing one, so we'll proceed. So you need to do a soul searching, and you need to understand who you're going to become. And I want to ask that each one of us should create that mental picture. But I want you to understand something that I emphasized a lot when I was commenting on Mose, that your mental picture, do not leave it at just the vision, just the thoughts, but translate it into numbers, so that you should really understand that this is something that, because sometimes we get comfortable because we have 2 houses, 3 houses, 4 houses, we think we are fine, but it is not fine. What matters is, what do those houses bring? And as I was telling you, that you also need to ensure the importance of the diversification. You know, I was just talking to my husband here that, this diversification thing is real, because I talked about him losing his allowances, losing his salary. Now, we also found ourselves that we have a property where we were using as a lodge, and the corona hit. That thing didn't work. We stayed with that property for probably 2 years. For probably a year without clients, and we now put it on the rent. But now the rental properties, the market prices have gone down because most foreigners have left. So I was saying that, you know what, this Bible is true when they're saying that have many sources, because you don't know where disaster may fall. And interestingly, for me, I have seen 2020 as the year where my income is being hit in more than one side. So all I'm saying is, have many sources. have many. Don't just say because I have 3 houses, because there will be a time when all those 3 houses could be empty. You just don't know what. So try to look at different things. Next we are going to look at 8 things that you need in retirement. Sometimes when you're thinking about retirement, you only think about money. But you need 8 things. The first one is money. You need your health. You need your family, friends, activity, a home, your own space. You need mobility. You need quite frankly, I'm telling you that nothing more directly affects your happiness than money. I know that some of us want to be humble. Some of us want to look like we want to go to heaven. The things of this world are not for us. But I can tell you that it is a fact that everybody needs money. It doesn't matter whether you are a pastor. Everybody needs money. Even thing that I want you to understand is that lack of money creates problems. Plenty of money solves many problems, including helping, including building churches, including making you to have a happy family. Trust me, most families, spouses are quarreling because there is not money enough. You know, you think your spouse is spending carelessly. You know, marriages are collapsing because of lack of money. But when you have money, it doesn't matter. You don't care. You are simply focusing on other things. So build your marriages by making sure that you are planning for your retirement and have enough money so that you don't struggle when you are in your retirement. So money is extremely important. It can affect your mood. It can affect everything. So you should accumulate enough for your retirement. And I can see that there are some comments that are going on the chats, but I think we are going to look at them later, but maybe my colleagues can be helping me here. So money is important. Health is also important. You can have all the money in the world, but if you are not healthy, you will not enjoy it. So ensure that you are exercising, you are eating healthy, you are also having your checkups. Take your health seriously. I will not go into details just because of time, but suffice to say that it is not too late to reverse some of the damages in your health. When you start good health habits now, you find that some of the problems that you're experiencing can be reversed. So we need to ensure that some of the things that we need to take care of are issues to do with our fat content, sugar, salts, and the exercising. Smoking, in case somebody here smokes, it's something that will be bad. Overweight looks okay and acceptable for a while, but there's a time when it now starts affecting your knees. You can't move. It breaks your knees. So you need to be controlling important things like your blood pressure, cholesterol, and you can do that through exercising. Bones as well. As we are growing, you need to be taking vitamins, especially vitamin B for your bones. It has to be a habit that you be taking these extra vitamins. And you need to manage your stress by activity, as in exercise, but also your attitude, your sleep, and also go for medical tests. You need to have enjoyable activities. Don't just have a vague list, but you should be clear that what do you enjoy doing? What do you want? I have talked about piano. Piano is something that I enjoy so much. So it's something that will keep me occupied. And actually, I wonder when people are saying they are home and they've got nothing to do. For me, I can be home, but I'll be busy. I can either read, or I'll watch something on YouTube, or I will play piano, or I'll play flute, or I'll go in the kitchen and cook. I don't know, when people say they are bored, they don't have anything to do, I don't understand. So you need to have activities that you enjoy, things that will keep you going. And those activities will help you to have high self-esteem other than making you lose self-esteem. So that's another important thing at the activity. And you need to start now. you should know that you need to start some of these things while you are still working, not in retirement. So you can start a business, you can set up a website. I think this is what I was talking about, Mr. Chamba, that you can start something now. So you can educate yourself. In fact, for you to start something, you don't necessarily have to start something that you have learned in school. I think for me, one of the things that I'm specializing now is personal finance. But you all know that in school we never learned about personal finance. The finance that I learned at school is corporate finance, but I don't enjoy corporate finance. I enjoy personal finance. So you can teach yourself, you can learn. There's so much education on internet that you can learn. You can read books. So you can also volunteer. For you to get certain experience, you need to volunteer. Right now, I'm on the board of Press Trust. I'm actually the chair of Press Trust, and it's a voluntary board. So those things, they give you something to look forward to, because for me, when Press Trust has built a hospital, a school, it gives me a sense of satisfaction, knowing that I am contributing to a bigger goal. So you need to have something that will keep you busy, something that will, and even at Phoenix, I've been on the board of Phoenix, and those of you that have taken kids to school, one of the things that I see as my contribution to Phoenix is, those of you that have been there before, you remember that the car park was not good, and even there was no covered walkway. I volunteered on that board, and my contribution, and interestingly, I don't know why, but it was something that was not accepted by the white community there. They didn't agree with my idea, but I said, no, we need to fix the car park. And the second day, we also need to have a covered walkway so that when a child is dropped here, they walk properly on a covered place, because when it's raining, kids are running to their school in the rain, into their classes. So it's something that was voluntary, but when I go to Phoenix, I like it when I see there's a nice car park. I like it to see that kids are walking on a covered way. So that's something that I would say that have something that you can volunteer, because it makes you feel good when people are honoring your contribution. The other thing you need is friends. Relearn to make friends. You are so busy right now in school, in the office, and you don't have time for friends. So you need to begin to relearn and be strategic when you're getting your friends. Look for friends that have got time, not those that are still too busy in the office. Because if you get those ones, they will not have time for you. So you need to ensure that you start making your social network now, because you need that network. It's extremely important. The other thing is family. All your friends will run away, but your family is the only thing that will be there for you. So it's important that you make time for your children, you make time for your close relatives, you make time for your parents. It is important in your retirement. So you need to create family. You need to look at, maybe sometimes you had challenges, maybe you had fights with someone, forgive them. Avoid divorce. I mean, you don't want to divorce in retirement. Too late. You've spent too much time already. So just fix whatever problem you have and stay together. So let's maintain our families. The other one is a home. I cannot emphasize it enough, but what I want to emphasize is the aspect that you should take in mind, that having a home doesn't mean that it is free. You have city rates, you have insurance to pay, you have maintenance costs to pay. Malawi Housing will send you bills. So you should also have those in your plans, because you need to pay those. You can think that by having a home and building it, that's the end. It is not the end. You have all those bills as well. The other one is that you need to create a space. You know, when you are going to your office, you have your home, your room, you have your space, your privacy. You know, this is my face. It becomes a problem. It becomes a problem when you retire. I think there's a flash. It becomes a problem when you retire because you suddenly discover.
You need to mute your mic.
My mic. Someone's mic is on. Can you just check? Yeah. So it becomes a problem when you retire, because what happens is that you don't have space at home. So what I want to say is that each one of you go and find space in your house that you're going to call your own space. Have a desk. I mean, like for me, I have an office at my house. I have an office with a proper table, with proper office chairs. I have a printer. It's a proper place that I know this is my office. So you need to also have that space, because you're not going to survive with this thing of sitting on your bed with your laptop and trying to do some work. No, do it professionally. And you can do it now. So you can have either a bedroom or a small room in your house that you know this one is not used properly. Or if it doesn't have, then you can just create a corner where you know that this corner is my space, is my personal space. I will have my pen will be found there. I can easily find the papers there. You know that the way your office is, duplicate that at your home. It is extremely important. Otherwise, it creates tension with your spouse. You want to be doing your things. You find that your spouse is doing something else. They are disturbing you because you are used to the privacy that you have at your office. So you are fighting with kids. They are coming in the sitting room because you wanted to sit on the sitting room and do some work. You find that you are fighting with your kids. Avoid those tensions. Create your space and create now. Go into these second-hand shops, find some old furniture that you can use as your desk, or get this. These days you have these nice carpenters that know how to use these boards. They can create nice desks that will look like you have bought from a shop. Mobility is another one. You need to be mobile. Right now, you are mobile, you have a car, you need to ensure that you have a car. Avoid expensive cars, just buy something that will keep you going. Find something that is easy to maintain. You have tires that you need money for. You have maintenance. So make sure that you don't go for cars that are extremely expensive to maintain because you don't have a lot of money at that time. The next one is to get a mentor. Which retiree do you admire? Spend time with them. Find out what they are doing and what they did, and learn. Incorporate new knowledge in yourself. That will keep you going. So those are the 8 things that you need in your retirement. Next, we are going to talk about the key facts that you need to know about retirement. So when we are retiring, the money that we get in our retirement, whoever is handling our retirement assumes that we have, their assumption is that we have no loan. They assume that we don't have school fees for kids because they think by now our kids have grown. They think we have been wise enough, we have a house. They think that we have been prudent to buy a good car, we have medical insurance, and we don't have family support obligations, and we have good health. Those are the basic assumptions. So because they assume that you have all these in place, that's why the money that they give you is less, because they know that you don't have to worry about building a house. Those that start building a house in retirement are planning for disaster. I cannot overemphasize it. Types of retirement. You are going to go for voluntary retirement. This is when you have made a decision based on the number of years. For example, if you have worked for more than 20 years, you can decide. For me, if you hear that I've stopped working one day, it will be voluntary retirement. I think this is one thing that I would want to do. I would like to retire because, like at my office, for me, I've worked for more than 24 years. So I would retire early. So that's something you can do. Next is mandatory. This is in retirement by age. You are forced to go. And the other one is, so this one depends on which organization, but it will be 65, 60, some 55. Or you can be fired. That's also mandatory. Sometimes it's circumstantial. This is about the health. Sometimes your health cannot cope. And relocation is also something that can force you to go into retirement. So in terms of mandatory, the age ranges between 50 to 70, and it is not a happy retirement because you can see even the picture that I have of that guy. You know that your age has come, but you're surprised that you're supposed to go for retirement. So you're not, because psychologically, financially, you're not ready. And it is not the best way of retiring, in my opinion. It's something that creates stress. So mandatory, you can also go on retirement mandatory because a company wants to downsize. I think we've seen it with PTC. You can be forced because companies are merging. You have seen it MSD people were laid off. You can go on retirement because of restructuring, liquidation. You can be fired and never get another job. Those are some of the things that forces you to go on retirement mandatory. And so with mandatory, you are going against your wish. It doesn't matter how good you are, but you have to go. And it creates job opportunities for other people. Circumstantial retirement, I always give this example. This is my mate. She's a lady that loved to work in our home, but she was struggling with blood pressure. She was getting old, and she says, I can't. I really wanted to be here, but I have to go. So circumstantial, her health could not allow her to keep on working. You can retire by relocation, and your spouse following your spouse, sometimes family. Sometimes it can be a natural disaster like war. You can also retire voluntarily. This is the best. I think this is me. I think I want to do this. So you retire by choice. When you have planned, you are in control. You can decide the date. Nobody has to tell you to go. You are the one to say goodbye, thank you. That's the happiest form of retirement. And I would like to encourage you guys that please plan for voluntary. If you're supposed to retire in 10 years' time, plan to retire 9 years before, maybe 8 years before, 7 years before, so that you don't have the stress. So retirement, when is the best time to retire? So early retirement is the best. This is between 40 to 55 because you still have energy. You can do more things. You don't have to wait until you're 70 and your body wears down. The early retirement has got an advantage also that you still have the network. For example, to give an example now, Mr. Chamba, if you retire today, then for your service that you want to do, you know that you can call me because you know that I know you. But if you're going to retire at 70, the person that is going to be sitting in the office that you're going to call, you don't know the person now. Things have moved on. All your friends have retired. So the network, you still have it while you're still, your peers are still making decisions. And it gives you room to go back to work. If you have made a mistake, you think your things are not working well, you can go back. You still qualify for a job. So the planning, when to start planning. So we can plan long-term, medium, and the longer one plans, the better, because you accumulate more. So you should not be a blind retiree, but you should do plan. You should don't rely on your insurance of the company only, but you should also take charge. So you should invest skillfully, and you should plan to generate money that will generate income for you. So we will talk about income replacement ratio. This is the measure of income that one will get from your pension. This is against what you were getting before as an employee. So when one retires, the expectation is that you don't have a lot of things to do. I talked about kids, but the other thing is that you don't have to contribute towards your pension. So that money is yours now. And also you're expected not to invest in new ventures. So generally about 80% of what you were getting before will be enough to keep you going because some of these things are no longer there. And but in Malawi, what we get in terms of our replacement ratio is very little, most of the time less than 50%. So for you to calculate your income replacement ratio, you need to find out from your pension that if I retired today, how much will I be getting a month, and divide that by your current income. Then you know your ratio. Then it will show you how much gap that you need to do. So just for instance, for someone that has worked for 5 years, you are supposed to get an income ratio of about 10%. The money, if you check with your insurance company, whatever ratio they are going, amount they are going to give you divided by your current income, you'll be hovering around 5%. But then this ratio is supposed to improve depending on how long you have worked. So if you have worked, for example, 30 years, you should be having at least 69% of your income from your pension. And if you have worked for more, it should go that way. So in terms of the advice that comes from Old Mutual, they are saying that one needs to save at least 15% of their income over a 40 years period. if one wants to have sufficient income to maintain their standard of living. So you can see here they are talking about years. So you need to, so as you can see here that at 32, you are only getting 73%. So for you to get to 100%, you need to save over 40 years. So that's why you need to start early, but also you need to have more techniques. How many of us are going to wait for 40 years? So we need to find different ways of replacing that income. So in terms of the income planning formula for your income, you need to look at your retirement package. So your retirement package is going to comprise of this formula. So this formula ideally is looking at your current salary, it is looking at the time that you have before you retire, you're looking at the interest that you're going to get, and you're looking at your employer contribution, you're also looking at your employee contribution. But also some employers, they do voluntary contribution, and you too also do voluntary contribution. And sometimes you have other income that you can have. Sometimes you have capital gains that you have, but it's going to be reduced by the inflation. So ideally, when you're doing your income replacement formula, you have to think about those things. So first of all, you need to have a goal. How much money? Your goal should be, you need to call your insurance company and ask them, how much money do I need to be saving for me to be able to get this amount of money that I am currently getting right now? How much do I need to be getting, to be contributing? Then they will tell you. So look at your current salary, look at your time. So you can set your goal that this is what I want to be getting. Then they will tell you how much you need to save so that you should be getting that amount. Then now look at your current salary, look at the time that you have, look at your employer income, the interest that you're getting. I think it's 9% now. The additional contributions. For me, besides what my employer contributes, I also contribute also in addition. So I have the employer contribution, then I have my employee contribution that is mandatory. But besides that, I also have another line that is voluntary contribution. And interestingly, at our office, I'm the only one that does it. Everybody just gets satisfied with the 2 contributions. But for me, I also add, because I know that by adding, I'm going to get more money in retirement. So you can do that if you're not doing. I don't know if there are people here that also do voluntary contributions. So look at all this. If you have any one-off payment contribution, you can take it towards your retirement. It will help you to grow. And any other capital. But as I said, you have to reduce it by inflation. So this will give you an idea of what you need to, how much you need to save for you to get a certain amount of money that you'll be getting every month. So by engage, be active. You are the architect. Actually consult your pension fund to tell them that, can you tell me how much is my pension? But if I have to be getting this much, how much do I need to be contributing? Then that will give you an idea of what you need to do. So for example, here you can say that I want to accumulate 200 million, and I want to do that within 10 years. Because I want to be getting 2 million every month as an income. Then you know that how much do I need to be paying every month, and how much do I need to be paying as the voluntary. So that will give you an idea. I think this is something that I talked about earlier, that when you are at age 30, you should ensure that what you have saved in your account should be at least 1 year of your income. So for example, today, if you get, let's say you get 2 million, just for example, in your retirement, you should have 2 million times 10, times 12. Then if you are at age 60, it should be 8 times. At age 67, it should be 10 times. So you need to check by checking this formula. And if you don't have it, then it should wake you up to know that you are heading for trouble. So it's better you close the gap. So just for example, this is something that I got from this one of these local companies. This is a real person. I didn't put the name, the real name, but this is a real person. So this person gets 3.1 per month. So their interest is 9%. The employee contributes 155 every month. But then there are some bonuses that comes there So with these bonuses, it means this money has been growing, and as of maybe let's say as of January, it means this person, their contribution from the time they started is 25 million. Now the employer also contributes 310. So by January, the money that the employer has contributed for them is 72 million with some bonuses. So so I think maybe we can stop on this one now. Then we'll go here. So this person, if she decides to retire, let's say I was just looking at November. If they decided to retire in November last year, this person who has been contributing 155 and their employer has been contributing 110, and then it would mean that because of the time that they have been contributing, they would now be receiving 648 per month. This same person, if she decides to wait a little bit and for maybe another 3 years, the person will be receiving 800. Now, what I want you to see is that this person right now receives a salary of 3 million. But whatever they have contributed so far will only entitle them to receive 600. So you should understand where trouble begins. Because right now, you know that you receive 3 million. But with everything that you have done, and this is a problem, and I want to talk to people that were on pension, on contracts, because I am also one of them that have been on contracts for a long time. We are at a disadvantage because those of us that have been on contracts, we started pension late. So the money that you're going to receive is going to be less than someone who starts pension from day one. So now, for this person to say that I need to be receiving 1.4 million at least, you find that they will have to make an additional contribution. I didn't do the calculation here, but then that 1.4 is only for the 6% of their income. So all I want you to see is that, as you can see here, by getting 600, that's only 21%. By getting 27, 800 is 27% of their income. And by getting 1.4 is only for the 6%. So you should just understand the need to create extra income elsewhere. Otherwise, we are in trouble. So you should plan what you need. So look at your current income, look at your post-retirement expenses, and look at the annual income that you're going to get after your retirement. Things that I think someone talked about, the dividends, they talked about from their shares. Look at what you'll be getting. So in terms of your expenses, this is just an example of something that I was working out. So for me, I would need 400, I would need food, I would need wages for my workers. So this is just an estimate that I was trying to do. That it will mean that for me to survive, if I have to leave this, if I have to retire, it will mean the expenses are 2.3 million. Now, going further, you still have kids. You see that the kids, they need about 2.5 million. So when you are going to, if you retire early, you may want to keep on paying towards your retirement. So if you have to be paying maybe 400, then you see that what you're looking at is probably looking at 5.2 million, just as an example. So look at the income that you're going to get. If you are going to get, just as an example again, if you are going to be getting 650 from your pension, or maybe you have some properties, you have dividends that we talked about, your total income is 2.4. Then you have additional income elsewhere. Maybe you have a business here, someone talked about boards, then your total income is 3.5. You see that this is your income, but your expenses were at 5.2. So you have a gap of 1.5, and you need to fill in this gap, and you need to take into account inflation as well. So these are the challenges that you need to face in reality. So important things to have, you need to have medical cover, for example, and funeral cover as well. So like at Vanguard, there's a cover that you can get for 5 million per month, and this will give you benefits, like if someone dies, you get the benefits for your funeral, for your children. Some of the details you can get them if you need, but I think this is important even in your retirement to have some of these. And how do you raise money for your retirement planning? Have a clear goal and get serious about saving and investment. And you need to look for voluntary contributions like the one I do, and one-off payments whenever you have some money. Lower your expenses and earn more. Find a way of earning additional money. Become an entrepreneur, and remember the time. The longer you take, the more you will be able to accumulate. Where can you invest? I want you to know that the biggest investment that you have is yourself. Invest in your brain. Yesterday, I can't see it. Yesterday, we had a training on entrepreneurship, and people were saying, no, but it's expensive, we can't pay. But I told them that, you know what, the biggest investment that you can do is in yourself. If you don't see yourself as an investment, then you're going, because you are the one, if you invest in yourself, you're going to have ideas of what to do. I always give this example where about 4 years ago, myself and Mr. Singo, we went to Ghana to a conference to learn about wealth creation. And we both spent over 1 million to go to that training. But the knowledge that we acquired and the fact that we went there, it gave us ideas of what you can do to improve yourself. When I look at myself, what I had accomplished 4 years ago and now, there's a difference between, because I invested. That 1 million was not just a loss, it was an investment. So invest in yourself, even if it means paying money from your pocket. You can also invest in a franchise. Yesterday we had Mr. Kani, or when we were doing our entrepreneurship training, Mr. Harun, he's the one who has all these franchises just here at Crossroads. Where you have Chicken Inn and all these are the franchises. So you can do that as an investment that can keep you going to do some business. You can invest in stocks. I will not say much because Mr. Kamanga is going to talk about it, but I'm also a big fan of investing on the stock exchange, and I've got techniques of what I do. Maybe if you need more information, we can talk about it, but I invest there. You can invest in bonds. I also invest in bonds, government bonds. It's also nice to know that government is your data. You know, we always run away from banks, that we are owing banks, but now government should start running away from me because they owe me money. I invested in bonds, so they borrowed money from me. So it's nice to know that, yeah, government can borrow from me. So that's something. Now you can invest in real estate. For me, I have real estate. I have a combination of small and big houses. What I noted is the best business, if you want to invest for business, the best business is the small houses. Small houses are easy to build. The owners, the tenants that live in small houses, they are always there all the time, but they also don't need complicated things. They don't want complicated decorations. They just want somewhere to live. So those are, for business purpose, I would say focus on small houses. For me, I found myself with 2 big properties that were empty. In fact, I have one right now in Sunnyside. It's empty. But the smaller houses, people are knocking on my doors all the time, and they are always full. You can invest in the treasury bills. You can invest in the OTEX, alternative stock exchange. You can invest in the closed funds. These are mutual funds. This is something that you can invest at Old Mutual. But you can also invest in open funds, so like NITL. Insurance policies, Mr. Singo will talk about it. And you top up your pension contribution. I've talked about it. I do it myself. Consulting is something that you can invest into as a business, and the online business ventures. Business ideas that you can do: warehousing, renting houses, event venue, equipment. You can do fish farming, animal farming, crop farming, trading, pharmacy. These days, people are looking for medicines. You can look at that. Security services, delivery services that I talked about. Funeral, this is another big business. It sounds immoral, but I know of someone in Zimbabwe who has got a very successful funeral business. In fact, he even has mobile vans that, like, when the funeral is taking place in Ncube, there will be vans that have got toilets and hot showers. They provide food. It's a full hotel that people hire, catering groups. So I think those are some of the business ideas. When you are investing, you also have to think about your your age, the older you are, the less risky you should go into this. I mean, the less you should go into risky investment. So all I want to say there, I will not go into details, but then when you are older, you'd rather focus on treasury bills, government bonds. But as you are younger, you can go into the new ventures. Don't go into a new business venture when you are above 60 something. It's always difficult because you can lose all your money. Long-term planning, when you plan early, you're going to have to pay less. So for example, let's say if you have 20 years of planning, then you see that you can end up with 98 million by contributing 100,000 a month. And after 30 years, not 20 years, 30 years, you'll be able to get 98 million. And what you have contributed will only be 36, and you get 62 million in interest. That's what, but then if you are doing medium-term training, planning, it means you are late. So what it means, for you to get the same amount of 98, you have to be contributing 216 for 20 years, you see? So if you had 30 years, you would have been contributing 100. But if you are doing it for 20, you have to contribute 216 to get the same amount. And here, if you are going to do it for short term, then you see that for you to get the same 98 million, you would have to contribute 603,000 for 10 years. While if you were doing it earlier, you would have been contributing 100. So the shorter time that you have will make you get, you have to pay more. So we have a lot of pension providers that can help you. And remember, you contribute 10% and your employer contributes 10%, you contribute 5%, and you can also do voluntary contribution. So in terms of your pension contribution, there are these brokers that you can use, Marsh, MyNet, Kingfisher. They will help you, Mahogany, and you have these pension administrators, Old Mutual, Vanguard, and this is the accumulation phase. So they invest your money for you. The NBM Capital, Continental, Old Mutual, they accumulate your money. So when you accumulate your money, what do you get? You get benefits. Our benefits, you can get defined benefit or defined contribution, but here we usually get defined contribution, because the defined benefit, you get a specific amount that you have been promised, but we don't have it here. It's only, you just get, you only know what you're contributing. What you get, you really be not very, very sure. So when you retire, you're going to withdraw. You can be withdrawing maybe 40%, 4% of your income. So check how much you are withdrawing, but usually this is not enough in terms of your annuities. So I'm told that I'm running out of time. So what I'm thinking I should do is to go to one slide that I think would be very, very critical. I'll go to okay, so when you are planning for your contribution, I think, remember, you are planning psychologically, financially, and physically, legally as well. So I think I will not go into details, but what I wanted was this one, the 40% prudent use. This is the Audrey Mwala rule. So you need to take this as my advice. This is not something that I copied anywhere, but that's why I call it the Audrey Mwala rule. When you retire and you call it, you get your 40%, be prudent. Do not invite misfortunes into your life. The 40% that they are going to give you, this is how you're supposed to use it. One, I'll just use an example. Let's say out of your retirement, you've been given 20 million cash. Take 60 million and invest it in safe investments. So these are stocks, these are mutual funds, these are treasury bills, treasury bonds. Invest 60%. You can diversify this 60%. You can break it down into stocks, into bonds, but keep it there. Secondly, take 20% and put it in your daily living account. So put it in your account. Maybe you can open a 30-day call account, or so that they should be living. So you can be using, maybe you can do withdrawing maybe 200 from here or 300 from here for daily living. Then if you want to experiment into a new business that should keep you going, use the 40%. So only use, because this one is likely going to disappear. You're going to lose it. So this is the money that you should be ready to lose. But this is what I would say, do not invest the whole. I have seen it, I know what happens. I think for me, I have had a time when my husband was not working. We took money and invested in a farm in Mangochi. I'm telling you, we invested a lot of money. We ended up losing a house. Of course, the bank did not sell our house. We sold it ourselves, but we ended up selling a house. And the money that we found ourselves owing over 30 million, just because of investing in something new, just because you don't have a job. So I want you to know that if you want to go and start investing something new, use only this amount, the 20%. So the self-investment that you're going to put in, let's say you're getting a 50% return, is going to give you 1.8 million. So from this 1.8 million, you can be taking a little bit of money to use on a monthly basis to top up on here, or you can leave it to keep on growing. In terms of your living expenses, tame it down. So for example, if all you have is this amount, then don't spend over 300. You need to adjust your life. Otherwise, you blow this money within 3 years and you're gone. So besides this, you also be getting, let's say 400 from your pension. So you see that in addition, you have another 400 or so that you can use. So that's an area that I thought I should focus on before I close. So I'm coming to the end where I want to just talk about the tips. So create your future today, get out of debt, extend your working life, and consider your expenses. And if you have loans, clear them as you get into your retirement. Increase your pension contribution, downsize your life, on your highest skill. So this is where I'm saying invest in yourself. You should be the expert. For me, my goal is to be the expert in personal finance in the whole of Malawi. I don't want anybody to be as knowledgeable about personal finance in Malawi better than me. So that's my goal. That's my goal, and I'm investing everything that I can to make sure that I'm the best personal finance expert in the whole of Malawi. So you need to do the same in your skill. What are you doing? If you're in procurement, you should be the best because it is possible. So the other thing is when you're doing things, leverage your time. So leveraging your time, it means working with other people. Hire some people that you are going to work with. You can see that this training, for it to happen, I couldn't have done it alone. But I have people that I work with that we are using their time as well. So you need to learn to partner with other people, even in terms of delivery of services, in terms of working full time. Don't depend on your own skills. You'll be the reason why your business will not work. It will fail. And find a business activity that will keep you going. Remember exercising, go to events. This one is important. When you retire, go out to events, meet people, get connections. You can become a writer. You've lived a life and you can share your experience. Accept to serve in boards. It keeps your mind occupied, and you contribute to something. If you love traveling, you can do it. Oversee your businesses. You can speak as we are doing here. You can get a part-time job. You can create new friends. So a lot of people are motivated to work after retirement because they want to be busy. They want to use their existing skills. They want to try a new job. They want to create a new venture. So you can do all that. So you need to also remember, one of the things that you should be working for now is to invest in things that will make your money work for you. So you should be working towards stop working for money. Right now, even though people think that business people love money a lot, but us that are working are the people that love most, because we are working for money. We wake up every morning to go and earn money, because if we don't get that, we'll be fired. So what we need to do is to invest in activities or assets that will now generate the money. So let the money work for us other than us working for the money. So that's why investment is very important. So plan your own retirement, improve your network, prioritize your health. So lastly, I want to talk about entrepreneurship, where I want to say entrepreneurship, you can go into it, but I want you to know it's not easy. This is a separate training that we can do, but I can tell you where I can share with you my own experiences, what I have lost, what I have learned, how I have grown, where I am going. But trust me, it is not easy. So as you are going into entrepreneurship, you need to have thick skin. You also need to have the right mindset. You also need to know that you cannot start entrepreneurship with pension money. You are likely going to, I'll give you a simple example. I remember there was a time when we started our microfinance company. Within a month of its, 2 months of its business, we ended up losing 6 million. We ended up with some people that came and were bogus borrowers. They never existed. So you lose money. I think Mr. Singo will also tell you how much money he has lost. So in entrepreneurship, you do lose money. So you cannot start taking that risk with retirement money. That's why you need to start now before you are playing with your retirement money. So take away, start early, supplement your income, form investment clubs. I do have an investment club. I think I'm in maybe 2 or 3 investment clubs. There's one that I just started in May last year. Right now, we are about 10 people. We have over about 34 million now that we have put. So investment clubs are a good thing. They make you save when you couldn't have saved on your own. Avoid taking unnecessary family responsibilities. Avoid consumption debt. For me, I love debt. And I also teach about debt management strategies, by the way. I love debt, but I don't use consumption debt. I use debt to invest. Debt is a good thing if you know how to handle it, and you can have lessons on this if you know. But for me, I take debt as a game. It's something that you play with, and you notice that every person who is successful in their business, they just play with debt. So you need to know the principles of debt management strategy. So avoid debt just for consuming, but use debt to create wealth. Diversify. And start a business now, not when you are retired. Find an activity to do into. Don't forget inflation. It will eat your money. Don't forget your city rates. Don't forget your housing insurance, medical cover. You need to keep on going. Thank you very much.
To say, well done, Sycamore Consult, for the wonderful work that you're doing. I'm super proud of the work that you're doing, and I would just encourage you to continue doing what you're doing. And for the level of organization that you are putting together to actually bring these events together, it simply shows that you have the Malawians at heart. I don't take it for granted that I've actually been invited to share with you this morning. So the line of my presentation will basically be looking at how to plan retirement through entrepreneurship. You see, people dread when they actually hear of retirement. But you see, retirement is beyond waking up late and not having to report for work. If that were the case, we would have retired at 25. And because there's this notion that when you retire, you are now free. You may not necessarily have to report for work every day, so you can relax and all that. So if really that is what retirement meant, then all of us would have wished to retire much, much earlier. But the story is different. We continue working because we have debt to settle, we have bills to pay, we have no passive income, we have all these things that are not settled. So as a consequence, we find ourselves in a situation where we have to continue working. So as such, as we plan for retirement, it is now to see how we can transition from being employed to being self-employed, and not worrying about things to do with, debt, things to do with bills, things to do with rentals. How do we manage ourselves? having established the fact that we remain actively working because we have all these insecurities in terms of how to maintain our lifestyle. So I'll quickly give a quick arrangement on what you can possibly do to position yourself to transition from employment to entrepreneurship, on how you can transition towards being financially independent. And I should begin by indicating that, you see, entrepreneurship calls for hard work, and it is super risky. So I should put that up front. It calls for hard work, and it is super risky. So in line with hard work, if there's anything that you need to do, then you need to begin doing it now, because there are people that sometimes say, no, I'll not work as hard now because, you see, I'm just employed. I'll start working hard when I start my own business. The basic line is this: you are not a robot to change your work culture overnight. The culture of hard work is built over time. And that is why people, every new year, people make resolutions on what they are going to achieve the following year. But because you cannot change yourself instantly, they still find themselves going back to default. So if there is hard work, you need to start doing it now, whilst employed. So I just thought of putting that across to say entrepreneurship calls for hard work. So it is not time to holiday. Now, having established that, one other thing that I want us to establish now is that, you see, most companies were started by people who had other commitments. Say those that were in school, we know that the big corporations around, Microsoft, Bill Gates was actually in school the time he started Microsoft. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg was in school the time he started Facebook. So most of the companies around were started by people that had commitments, be it school, be it employment, be it any other form of commitments. There are very few companies that were started by people who had no commitments. So clearly, this says that even yourselves who are employed, you can possibly start something whilst in employment, because we have established that most of the companies were started by people who had commitments. So your commitments may not necessarily be an excuse for you not to start enterprising. Now that we have that, I have opted to give you 5 points that I would want you to go with in terms of how you can, position yourself. 5 points that I believe are extremely important to change your mindset and see how you can focus in a certain direction. So the first point that I want you to go away with from this presentation is that grow old. It is just as simple as that. Grow old. I know that the majority of you could find listing growing old as a wealth creation strategy quite odd. Yet it is the most certain way. The longer most people live, the more the wealth they accumulate, provided they keep getting assets and saving money. Thus, the older you get, the wealthier you become. Like, take for instance, if you have 2 people who are employed, one is making, let me take that, both are making $60,000 per year, which in Zambian kwacha, that is about 1 million kwacha. In Malawian kwacha, I know that it should be much more than that. But let us just take it $60,000. Now, this is a person who has a very huge, salary to make $60,000 a year. Now, if you have 2 people, one is earning 60,000 a year and the other one is earning 60,000 a year. If one has worked for 25 years and one has worked for 3 years and dies, the other one works for 25 years and dies, the one who's worked for 25 years has the higher chances of accumulating much more wealth than the one who's worked for 3 years, because in 25 years there is so much more that could have been achieved. Now here's the thing, both of them are earning the same salary, but the one who's worked for a longer time, one who's existed for a longer time, has the higher chances of accumulating wealth than one who's existed for a shorter time. This just scores the fact that the longer you live, the higher the chances of you accumulating wealth. It is as simple as that. The longer you exist, the higher the chances. It doesn't mean that when you grow older or old, then you will become rich. No. But the older you get, the higher the chances for you to accumulate wealth. It is as simple as that. Maybe let me pick it from empirical evidence. Empirical evidence. Out of the top 20 richest billionaires in the world, top 20, out of the top 20, there is only one who is below 40 years old in that list, and that is Mark Zuckerberg. He's the only one. The rest are way above 40 years old. What does that underscore? It underscores the simple fact that the older you get, the higher the chances of you accumulating wealth. And if you looked at the African billionaires, Africa has 20 billionaires. And it might interest you that out of the 20 billionaires that Africa has, none is below 40 years. All of them are way above 40 years. And in fact, out of the 20 billionaires that we have, 8 are above 70 years old. What does that underscore? It underscores the fact that the older you get, the higher the chances of you accumulating wealth. Now, what am I trying to bring to your attention? You then need to make it a point that you grow older. Because the older you grow, the higher the chances for you to accumulate wealth. And that is why in our countries, like in Zambia, you'd have those people that are blessers. I don't know if you call them blessers in Malawi, men who shower gifts to young ladies and whatnot. Most of the blessers are old men and not young guys. For a simple reason, the older men have had higher chances of accumulating wealth, so they can afford to flash money and gifts to young ladies, unlike younger guys, because the older you get, the higher the chances of accumulating wealth. I hope you can get my line of thought in that. So having underscored that, your key responsibility now is to make sure that you position yourself that you grow older. Now, no one has control over life. Any person can die at any time. So all I'm basically trying to say is that you need just to be super careful in taking care of yourself. Now, how do you take care of yourself? Make sure that you eat right, make sure that you exercise, make sure that you don't indulge in illicit activities that would cut short your life. So it is extremely important that you position yourself that way, because I know of people that would have been the epitome of excellence in Africa, the epitome of excellence in entrepreneurship. But this guy cut off his life because the moment he had a bit of money, he indulged in illicit activities, indulging in sexual activities. Then as a consequence, his life was cut short. There are those that are working in very powerful companies, have very good positions, but they indulge in some of these things. Then as a consequence, their lives are cut short. Then others, after making a bit of money, they buy very powerful vehicles, very fast cars, and they race through their life to death. So the simple thing is that you just need to be careful with your life. And sometimes you have this thought of, no, our lives, we might die in a dramatic way. Aircrafts, aircraft crash and all this. We think we might die in a dramatic way. But it is simple things like crossing the road when the lights are red, crossing the road when the robots are indicating that do not cross. It is those simple, subtle things that we don't pay attention to, which sometimes lead to people cutting short their lives. So having said that, let us make it a point that we live healthy, we eat healthy, we exercise regularly, we visit the hospitals regularly to make sure that we are healthy. Because the first point that I'm leaving with is grow old. It's one of the easiest ways of, financial independence. Now, number two, now that you've grown old and you've put your pieces together in line with that, number two, use your career as a wealth creation vehicle. when you are employed, your employment can be used as a wealth creation vehicle. I know I believe so much in entrepreneurship, but at the same time, I also believe that you can use your employment as a wealth creation vehicle. Now, this has to do with how you orient your thinking. The way you orient your thinking has a way of positioning yourself on how you are going to create wealth. Here's the thing. If you look at your career as something that just funds your lifestyle, it will be extremely difficult for you to make it big, because you will use your career, you will use your employment as something just to fund your lifestyle. But at the same time, you can use your career as something to fund your dreams, to fund your dream business, to fund your dream company. We have a number of people that were employed and they became much more wealthy from employment. From the savings that they were making, they were then able to start other companies and achieve so much more, while others remained, just financing their lifestyle. So the way you orient your thinking has an impact on how much you are going to achieve. Now, here are the few basic lines that I want you to actually look at. There are three major things that consume our money. The first thing is where we live, which is basically accommodation. Number two is what we eat. Number three is the transport we use. So if we use if we orient ourselves to see to it that we use our career as a wealth creation tool, these three things, where we live, accommodation, what we eat, and the mode of transport that we use, will be determined by our level of orientation. Are we using our career as a lifestyle, as something to finance our lifestyle, or are we using our employment as a wealth creation tool? So if we are using our lifestyle as a wealth creation tool, our decisions will differ on these three things. And if you are using it as something to finance our lifestyle, it all dwells on these three things. Now, let me break it down for you. When one is getting $500 per month, what it is from that $500, they'll get a house, which is worth maybe $300. To rent a house worth $300, then they will be eating maybe with $100. Then maybe the other $100 will be used for transport to work. Now let us assume that we are using public transport. When the salary is increased, if it is in our Zambian setup, you move from the compounds to the suburbs. So your rentals then increase. So now you want to show people that now you have a better salary. So you have changed the kind of environment where you stay. Then you change the kind of food where you actually eat from. So if you are carrying packed lunch, now you want to be eating out from places like Hungry Lion in our Zambian setup. And at the same time, instead of using public transport, now you want to start using taxis. When your salary is increased further, you want to shift to a much bigger house and better environment. You are spending so much more, and the kind of food that you actually eat, you want to change now. You want to be eating, instead of Hungry Lion now, you want to move from Mag and Bean. And the kind of transport, you buy your first car, which is okay. When the salary is increased, you want to change again from the accommodation where you are paying lesser to where you are paying so much more, because you feel you need to pass a statement. The kind of places you actually eat now, you want to go to the 5-star hotels. And the kind of transport now, you want to move from a Toyota, you want to move to a Mercedes-Benz, you want to move to a Ford Ranger and whatnot. What you are basically doing at that point is that you are financing your lifestyle. You are not accumulating wealth. But if you are set to accumulate wealth, when your salary is increased, you do not rush to increase these three things, which is accommodation, what you eat, and the transport you use. If you discipline yourself on these three things, it then accords you an opportunity to then make savings and make it easier for you to then invest in a business or to invest in real estate or maybe build houses, to invest in things that would make it easier for you to live a better life after employment. Because if you do not orient yourself to look at your career as something that is a wealth creation tool, your decisions on these three things will be totally different. I have seen people who were living large because the company that had employed them was paying them extremely well. The moment the contract is cut, they come crumbling down. Why? Because all the monies we are going towards rentals, all the monies we are going towards a lavish lifestyle, all the monies we are going towards servicing this powerful vehicle that they bought, this Range Rover that they bought. So immediately the job is done, they can't stand. And those are people that dread retirement. So if you are to prepare yourself for retirement, then it is extremely important that you position yourself that way. The decisions you make must totally be different, and that is extremely important. And this is the story as well in my case. I made it a point that the time I was starting my business, and by the way, for those of you that are maybe interacting with me for the very first time, all my life I've always been a business person. So I made it a point that I do not find myself living a lavish lifestyle. The kind of car that I kept driving was a car which was way below what I can afford. And here's a simple rule that I have. If you can just afford the car that you are driving, then you do not afford that car. I don't know if you got that. If you can just afford it, then you do not afford it. Don't drive a car that you can barely afford. Drive a car which is below your means. And I can share this with you. There were vehicles that I could afford many years back, but I disciplined myself not to go for them. And I made it a point that I just drove the minimum vehicle and kept investing. And now, I don't want to boast, but I can indicate that I can afford any car. Like literally any car sold in Zambia, I can easily afford it. Sorry?
I'm saying you are allowed to boast.
Yeah, so I can afford any car, like literally afford any car. When I was 20 years old, I started the first IT company, which has the most used school management system in the country. By the time I was 23 years old, I had these 30-ton trucks. So I was way above average. But the time I had these 30-ton trucks, I was still driving a simple Ranex. There's a car called Ranex in Zambia, which is a bit common. I don't know if it is common that side. It is a Toyota Ranex. I was driving that, whilst owning 30-ton trucks. For a simple reason, and friends would say, but why don't you buy a Benz? Why don't you buy this and that? For me, it was very simple. Let me build the business first and let me push it to a certain level so that when time to buy comes, I do not have to struggle. I've never bought a vehicle on a loan. I buy vehicles now brand new. Of course, I have the latest pickup, the most expensive pickup. I have a couple of other vehicles around, which I can afford now. For a simple reason, I disciplined myself and I had a simple target, let me enjoy in future. And the basic line is that how to maintain instant gratification versus delayed gratification. This is where people lose it. People want to enjoy now, ensure that this is the lifestyle, I can afford this, and they fail to delay that enjoyment. So if you can manage the delayed gratification, there's a very high possibility that you can enjoy at a later time. So the number 2 point that I wanted to give to you is you can use your career as a wealth creation tool. So number 1, grow old. Then number 2, use your career as a wealth creation tool. Number 3, overhelping family and friends has perpetuated poverty for most. Let me pause there. Number 3, I said overhelping family, friends, and churchmates has perpetuated poverty for most of you. I'll pause there just for 10 seconds so that it sinks in. I said overhelping family, friends, and churchmates has perpetuated poverty. Now here's the thing, I'm a Christian and I believe the hand that giveth is blessed than the hand that receiveth. And I understand that this is going against, our African norms. We are taught to help the family and all that. I have nothing against that, but I have everything against overhelping. Now, let me break this down for you. Or maybe let me use myself as an example. I was born in a village, a very poor background. And I have shared this before that, you see, we were so poor, such that the poor called us poor. That's the background where I grew up from. No electricity in a thatched house. So I first saw electricity when I was 10 years old. When I got to Matero Boys, which was now grade 8, that's when I saw, because you see sometimes when you're in poverty becomes normal, because all of you are like poor. So that is like the normal life. When I got to my secondary school, it was a day school, and it's a school where pupils that perform extremely well go. So at that secondary school, I then realized that some of my classmates had their own personal drivers. At break time, they would step out to buy a pie and Apple Max and whatnot. Clearly, I got to see firsthand to say our lives are totally different. And that is when I realized that really we were poor and there are people who are not poor. So at that point, I made it a point that I needed to see how I can save my family from poverty. Now, I'm the second born in a family of 5. So my elder brother was quite generous. Whenever he made some money, he would make sure that he helps the family in terms of buying relish, in terms of, just buying things to help all of us. So in our Zambian setup, we call the person who doesn't help Wakaso. So for me, my direction was that I need to save my family from poverty. So I had to be financially disciplined and not spend anyhow, so that I can afford then to save my family from poverty and not spend the little money that come in little things. Well, on the other hand, my brother was helping that way. And one time, I remember the words that my parents said. They said, you see, you ndiwe wakaso, like you are stingy. Then my brother was said to be, a very generous man. And the words they said, which made sense, then they said, this one has the potential of saving our family. Unlike you, because he has shown with the little that he has shown that he can help the family. So in your case, you need to change. But what they did not realize was that the focus that I had was totally different. So fast forward, the little business that I was doing, selling pamphlets, started a kiosk. I started trading in goats. By the time I was 17 years old, turning 17, I was importing things from Botswana and South Africa, and things were getting better. By the time I was 20 years old, this IT company, 23, like I indicated, trucks. I built my first house when I was 24 years old. So life changed. So fast forward, I then made it a point when I was just 23 that I now need to begin saving my family. So the first thing is I needed to educate my siblings. So all those who are below me, I started taking them to school, expensive schools, to make sure that they get the education. And I understood that that is the way I could save them from poverty. And as time moved on and I was much more stable, I bought my father the first car in 2018. And from 2018, when I got him that car, he's been a very happy man. He doesn't buy fuel. He doesn't service the vehicle. It is me who takes care of that. Why? Because the time I was buying for him, I could easily afford it. And it was only up to last year when I built my parents a 5-bedroom house, very powerful house only last year. And it is for a simple reason. I could easily afford it, and I built his house, in a record 6 months. Though now, because I started around June, July, and now it is just the finishing that is still remaining to be done on the house, but the house is done. For a simple reason, I can now afford it. But the problem that we have is this. There are a number of us who, from the little that they make, they want to run around to help, the family. As a result, not helping, but over-helping. As a result, they remain stunted. They cannot progress in their careers. Since they cannot take themselves to school, they remain stunted. They cannot get promoted. They remain at the same position. They start a business. They are siphoning money in the name of helping family without realizing that they are over-helping. As a consequence, the business gets stunted and ends up being closed. As a result, you cannot help your family at a later time. The point is this. If you manage your helping to the family, it will accord you an opportunity to help your family at a much larger scale. Now, I can indicate that I do not just help my nuclear family, I help the extended family. And not just the extended family, now I help a number of people in Zambia. Some of the youths that are underprivileged, but they are very, very intelligent, I give scholarships to them. Why? Because I can now afford at a certain level. But even in my helping now, I still do not overhelp. Now, what is the line between helping and overhelping? The line lies on this. If you are running a business and your helping out is giving stress to the business, then you are overhelping. You are helping beyond your means. So you need to help to a point that the business is breathing pretty well. And I know that a number of you could be coming from poor families and you have people to help out. You need to help and still remain, in a position that you can build yourself, you can invest yourself. It is not selfishness, it is being wise. Because there are people that want to retire, but because they have overhelped all through their lives, they have nothing to retire with, they remain destitute. You see, you are not a savior to save your family entirely. Because if you died now, the family that you are trying to overhelp and whatnot, they will still survive. How are they going to survive? There are still means that they are going to survive. But some of us think we are saviors, we are Jesus Christ, and we need to give out everything. And no. You need to be wise to a point that you can help and know where to actually end. That calls for wisdom. And a number of us lack that wisdom. I know that language is a bit tough, but it has to come out in a tough way for you to understand, because some of you will fail to retire because you have all been overhelping. You have worked for 40 years, you don't even have a house, you have nothing, all because you have been overhelping all through your career. And as a result, you can't even retire. You are 65 years old, you are scared of retiring because you have nowhere to stay. And there is no guarantee that the people that you are helping can even help you out. So I want you to learn that overhelping family, friends, and churchmates has perpetuated poverty. So that is the thing that I want you to pick out as you prepare yourself to get set for retirement. I felt that is extremely important. If you're a career person, make sure that you improve your papers so that you can earn so much more. Because you see, there is a very high possibility that if you built your career, you went ahead with education, you educated yourself. There are people that are earning the 60,000 that I was talking about, per year. There are people that are earning $100,000, but there are people that are failing to invest themselves. And they remain able to retire. They end up overhelping. As a consequence, their businesses cannot grow. They remain stunted and they run out of business. So just a recap. The first thing I said, grow old, because growing old is a sure way of accumulating wealth. The older you get, the higher the chances of you accumulating wealth. Don't take that for granted. Number two, use your career as a wealth creation tool. I talked of how to position yourself and how to orient your thinking and make sure that the money that you are making now makes it easier for you to build your house, invest in a business and whatnot, instead of just, investing in your lifestyle. Then number three, I've said over helping family, friends, and church mates has perpetuated poverty. Minimize your time. Yes, the major disadvantage of a job is that you have it actually takes 40 hours of your time, which could be used for something else. So how then do you maximize your time? How then can you position yourself to start something on the side? Because there are people that would say, no, you see, I cannot start something on the side because I have a full-time job. Now, here's something that I want to share with you. Like I indicated at the beginning, most of the companies were started by people that had full-time commitments, some that were in school full-time, some that were running, those that were employed full-time, those that were doing certain things full-time. So even in your position, when you are fully employed, there is so much more that you can do with your time. So how do you maximize your time? Here is a basic calculation for you. A day has 24 hours, which everyone has. Dangote has 24 hours, I have 24 hours, and you have 24 hours. And time is the best equalizer. So 24 hours, all of us have that. Now, the big question is, how much do you spend sleeping? Let me take the maximum that you can ever sleep, which is 8 hours. If you're sleeping 8 hours, more than 8 hours, then you're not just serious with life. I sleep 6 hours, but I just thought of taking 8 hours, which is unreasonable already. So from 24 hours, remove 8 hours, you are going to remain with 16 hours. Now, let us take it that you work for a full-time job, which requires you to be at work for 8 hours. So from 16 hours, remove 8 hours. You realize that you're going to remain with 8 hours. Then from that 8 hours, I would say remove 2 hours for any other things that you might wish to do. And that has to do with maybe bathing, eating, and whatnot. So if you also sleep 6 hours, so meaning you also have that extra 2 hours, which then makes it 4 hours. So this 4 hours is then utilized for, bathing, eating, and maybe driving to work and back from work. So that time is time that you use to keep yourself in terms of like what I've indicated, bathing and eating and all that, and maybe chatting with those that you care for. It will leave you with 6 hours. So just a quick calculations, if you have 24 hours, assuming you sleep for 6 hours, you remain with 18 hours. And if you have 8 hours job, from 18 hours, remove 8 hours, you remain with 10 hours. From 10 hours, you remove 4 hours that you can decide on what to do with. And that is what you do, that's where you do your bathing, eating, and everything else. You remain with 6 hours. Now, this is the 6 hours that I want you to pay attention to. I don't care about the 8 hours you spend at work. I don't care about that. I don't care about the 4 hours you spend eating, bathing. Everyone spends that time. But the 6 hours is a time that you uniquely have. It is from these 6 hours that others have decided to get their PhD, their masters. Whereas having a full-time job, they do part-time education. It is from that 6 hours. It is from these 6 hours that others have started businesses and made their businesses flourish. It is from that 6 hours. It is from these 6 hours that people have sharpened their skills, their special abilities to do something. It is from that 6 hours. It is not from the hours of sleep. Don't deprive yourself time to sleep. I don't care about that, but I care about these 6 hours that remains. Whereas others are spending this time, gossiping, following pages that are not adding value to themselves, following, soccer. In fact, I see people that support soccer so much. I don't know how it is in Malawi, but here we have people that support soccer so much, and not just even local soccer. They support Manchester. I don't know their support really. They've really pushed themselves there. That for them it is soccer, and you didn't hear them say, Upper Manje, you know, is Manchester. We have now bought. They're even saying we have bought. You see, it is so funny. And by the way, I have nothing against those that actually watch soccer. It is okay, you can continue. But for me, I don't find, so much sense in soccer, because I am at pains really watching 22 grown-up men chasing packaged air for 90 minutes. I don't just get the logic. I might need to get the logic very well, but I don't get the logic why 22 grown-up men would chase packaged air. And on top of that, there are 60,000 that are in the stadium cheering the 22 grown-ups. Oh, of course, maybe those are working, but the 22 adults are busy cheering. And worse still, there are millions out there, amongst them in Malawi, with all the problems that you have that side, busy cheering. Manchester has done what? And Liverpool has done what? For 90 minutes of your time. That 90 minutes is deducted. And in fact, 90 minutes is normal time. So there is extra time, and there's sometimes penalties and whatever that is. People spend time, and that time is from the 6 hours. But if you utilize that 6 hours to build yourself by reading content that will build you, there will be a huge difference on how you can get to it. Of course, you might think 6 hours is not much. Here's the thing. Every month, 6 hours times 30 days, it gives you 180 hours every month, which you can decide to do what you might decide to do with it. 180 hours every month. Now, let me divide that 180 hours into days. So I'll divide 180 divided by 24 hours to give you days. It gives you 7.5 days. 7.5 days every month. So out of 30 days, that 6 hours makes 7.5 days. And you might think 7.5 days is not much. Multiply 7.5 days every month by 12 months. You are going to have a total of 90 days, which is basically a quarter of the year. So every 12 months, 3 months is made up of that 6 hours. Now imagine what you can achieve in 3 months if you dedicated yourself to work, if you dedicated yourself to start that little business, if you dedicated yourself to improve your education. There is so much more that you can achieve. So there are people who have existed because of wasting that 3 months every year. There are people that have existed for 40 years, but in the actual sense, they have just lived for 30 years. For a simple reason, the rest of the time is used on useless things. Existed for a much longer time, but they have lived for a much shorter time. Why? Because we engage in things that do not add value to us. So if you are employed, it is from that 6 hours that you can then utilize to position yourself to start your business. So how do you do this? That 6 hours before you report for work, you can start a little business, a little poultry on the side, a little farming arrangement on the side, a little something on the side that you can do, a little consultants on the side. You can spend 2 hours or an hour before going to work. At lunchtime, you can call people at your office work. After work, you can go at your place of work and double check on how things were. It is extremely important. If you manage your time extremely well, it will be very, very, very helpful to see how you can transition and see yourself accumulating much more wealth. It is extremely important to maximize your time. Then lastly, use your pension to grow your business, not to start your business. The problem that you sometimes make is that after getting your pension, this is when you want to start a business. Start your business well as in employment using that same 6 hours. Because if you get to start your business with your pension, there are very high chances that every business that starts, in fact, 90% of the businesses that start fail in the first 1 year. So you'll find yourself failing with your pension. And these are cases where someone starts a business with the retirement money, putting it in a business, then the business fails, and they die out of depression 3 years later because they cannot cope with life. Never start, and don't start your business with your pension, but start your business while it's in employment. And here's the simple reason why. Every business that you start has higher chances of failing. So there is a learning curve to be learned. So whilst in employment, you can learn the threads of your business. You can learn the ladder of your business. You can learn the tricks of whatever that might go wrong will go wrong in the first 1 year. By the time you are getting to 3 years, you would have known your business. 3 years going forward, you would have mastered your business. If your pension comes in and you are just boosting your business, that is fine. That is great. But to start your business with your pension, that is wrong. Just as it is wrong to start your business with a loan. You can boost your business with a loan, nothing wrong with that. But starting a business with a loan, it is extremely risky. But if you run with your own funds, or if you bring other equity partners to start a little something, and now that you've seen that it has grown and you need to boost it, yes, you can get a loan. Yes, if you've retired, you can push in your pension because you now understand it. For a simple reason, every business has certain, no matter how you do your research, you do everything, every business has a way of failing. No matter how rich you are, we have guys like Strive Masiwa from Zimbabwe, a billionaire. He had a very powerful team. He invested 300 million in what was to be known as Kwese TV. And he was to compete and take out DSTV. He rode Kwese across Africa. I don't know if it was actually launched in Malawi. So there was Kwese TV. But even with the 300 million, with the expertise that he had, even with the experience that he had, that business failed flat out. So every business can fail. It is not about research. It is not about all these other things. Any business can fail. But don't fail with your pension. You will die out of depression. So as such, engage in something at the moment and see how you can position yourself. I thought of giving out those quick 5 points to allow for questions so that then maybe I can expand so much more and maybe any other questions that would be necessary from anyone. So number one, just as a quick summary, number one, I said grow odd. The older you grow, the higher the chances of success. Number two, use your career as a wealth creation vehicle. Number three, I said overhelping family, friends, and churchmates has perpetuated poverty for most. Then number four, I said maximize your time. Make use of that 6 hours. Then lastly, I said don't use your pension to start your business. Use your pension to grow your business. At this point, I rest my case. I'll take questions, then I'll give my closing remarks. Thank you.
No, I don't have a question, but maybe I can just comment from what Mr. Ncube has just presented on. Actually, to me, I see this is an eye-opener because mostly we lose our chances because of the way we are using our time, and we would think that a pension would help us maybe to build our dream house or business. Eventually, we find ourselves in the losing side, and we have now nothing to use at home, and we don't even have a home. From the experience that I have, there was a certain guy who got retired, and he got 30 million as a retirement. But the time he realized that he has mismanaged the funds, he had literally nothing, even the house itself, because that time was a boss and he had a house from the institution. Now after the retirement, he had to move out and he was renting. Up to now, he's still renting. So I think if these lessons comes to us frequently, we may be planning very well and change our lives. So to me, it's just a comment on what he has actually said. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, and by the way, thank you so much, Mr. Dev, for that comment. You see, the story that you've indicated is not strange. This is something that has been super common, and this is something that keeps happening. And some people actually, even if it is not even business, after retirement, that is when they want to build their dream house. So they get their retirement, want to build this double-story house, very powerful house. Their pension reaches roof level. They can't finish the house. They have no income coming in, and their dream house is stored. They can't move in, and maybe they are still renting. So it is those simple, subtle, wrong decisions that people make that make them destitute. So it is meetings such as this, indeed, and thanks Sycamore Consult for that. These are the mistakes that people keep making, and I would really wish to see a serious change. If we changed on some of these things, there is so much more that we can achieve.
Madam Piri, do you want to come first?
Oh, thank you, Audrey. My question is for Mr. Ncube there. He's pretty young and he's achieved so much in terms of his wealth creation. My question to him would be, was it a matter of time management? Was it a matter of luck? Because I know that there are people who try out different businesses and you find they have not made it. He talked about several things that he has done over a period of time. But my question is, what other elements come into play? Because you agree with me, there are people who have done so much, they start small businesses, they do everything, but sometimes you find they are unable to get to the point maybe where you have gotten now. So apart from what you have talked about now, which is mostly towards wealth creation as a young person, what other elements have also assisted in you to be where you are today? Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the question. Yeah, it's a very interesting question, and I should indicate that it's a tough question because then that calls for me to try and check out of the many things that I've done, what is it that has really contributed mainly. The first point was that I had resolved that I'll make it regardless. I wanted to be rich, so it was a resolve that I made. Now that is the starting point. For most of us, if we decided that you want to make it and you want to be rich, there's the way that the mind begins thinking in a particular way. It's like you don't take any excuses. You see, what sometimes keeps us mediocre is that we harness excuses. We feel disadvantaged because of many excuses. Take, for instance, I would have easily said, I was born in a village, I'm in a village, and I'm this village boy, so it is okay for me to be poor. It would have made sense, yes, but I did not even take that as an excuse. And I've said this before, all excuses, by the way, all excuses, no matter how authentic they are, all excuses expire. Even when you are an orphan, your parents died when you are young, your aunt didn't keep you well, or your aunt doesn't keep you well, that excuse will definitely expire. It is unfair, yes, but it will expire because you cannot be 40 years old and keep saying I'm an orphan. Even the excuse of the economy, you cannot keep saying, you know, the economy of Malawi, we cannot progress because of the economy of Malawi. So the starting point is I owned up. Not even the economy is a factor to me. Not even COVID itself should be a factor. Take it that you are 100% in control of your success. Because you must be a very big fool, or maybe a very small fool, to say 1 year later that no, I am this because of COVID. Even that excuse of COVID 1 year from now will not be a factor. So no matter how authentic the excuse may be, forget about it, Madam Piri. It is important that we owned up. So the first thing is I owned up. Number two, after owning up, I decided to acquire knowledge. I read quite a bit. What differentiates, what I've come to realize, what differentiates those that make it and those that don't, it is the availability of information, the availability of knowledge. Do you know why you pay your lecturers at school? You pay your lecturers at school for a simple reason. They know more than you do. The reason why you pay consultants is they know more than we do. So your ability to acquire knowledge is extremely important, and I would urge you to do a lot of reading. I do a lot of reading, and it is extremely helpful. because I read a lot, I can then see how I can run my businesses. But even with the knowledge that I have, failure is inevitable sometimes. Like take for instance, in 2010, 12th March, I was robbed of my capital in South Africa at knife point. They got all my capital. In 2013, at the beginning of 2013, I made a massive loss in a tomato project. Taking tomatoes to the market, it was a total loss. 24th August 2014, one of my 30-ton trucks had a tragic accident and the driver had loaded 8 unauthorized passengers in the cabin who were badly injured. It was a very painful loss, which was, which led to the closure of my transport company because some families were demanding as much as $30,000 in compensation for their family members who were badly injured. So I ended up just selling trucks and moved out of transport business. Now, what am I trying to say? You have all these ups and downs, and I've actually been there too. In 2019, I was scammed of some serious amounts from the internet. They intercepted emails and funds ended up going to a wrong account. I lost in cash almost $20,000. But in the process of following up that, I lost $40,000. So it was a total loss, a very painful experience. But what has added for me to be where I am, I would say, number one, I resolved and I owned up to say I'm in charge of my life. Then number two, I have put myself to acquire knowledge. So all of you that are in this platform right now, it says one thing: you want to acquire knowledge.
Let me give a chance to Madam Audrey Mwala to have a point.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to comment on the response that you gave to Sarah. One of the things that you decided to do was a decision that I'm going to create wealth. I'm going to get rich. That's something that becomes a bit of a challenge in the thinking of most Africans, because on one hand, we wake up every day going to the office in order to earn money, in order to make money. But what the difference that I've seen between we Africans and elsewhere, maybe entrepreneurs that are in the US, is that they are not shy to say that that's their point. They are not shy to say their goal is to create wealth. Their goal is to get rich. And what I've seen is that unless you are clear of what you want to achieve, it doesn't happen, because you can't go where you have not defined. So we are a bit shy with our desires, with our expressions, and as a result, we find ourselves not achieving. We want it in our hearts, but we cannot write it down. We cannot say it, and this is something that makes a difference, in my opinion, in terms of what I've seen. Because I agree with you that I have seen that everybody who is rich made a resolve that I'm going to be rich. But for us, we want to be rich in our hearts, but we can't say it. We are not firm enough. We are not able to make that serious determination. We are comfortable with the life where we are getting just enough to survive, even if it means living on credit. I wanted to also comment before you respond on the issue of your comment regarding football. I'll talk about it in general. I think the observation that I've also seen is that, and especially these days with social media, I have noted that a lot of us spend our time on things that will not add value to our lives. And in fact, that's what we enjoy a lot. You should take an example where you share something that is helpful, something that will make you grow in a social media platform. You'll find that people will not be interested. But share a joke, share a scandal, share something that someone else has done wrong, somebody's fall, it's a failure, somebody's scandal. That's what excites people. People get excited with things like a message of a birthday or a message of a death. I think people like bad news, people like negative things, but things that will create value in them. I'll give you a small example. I was just sharing this morning before you joined, Dumi. that I started an investment fund. In that fund, it's a group. I had a group of about 40-something people, and I made a proposal that on this group, I'm seeing that all we are doing is laughing and joking. Can't we do something serious? So I came up with a concept of an investment fund, and I posted it on that proposal. I said, "Can we do this?" I'm telling you, people didn't like the idea. What people were enjoying was when someone has posted a joke, then that's what everybody wants to point. Then I ended up with about 10 people, and we were actually chased from that group. They said, "No, you should not discuss your investment things here. Go elsewhere." So we created a new group. So that group, the other first group, is still there, but then that group, they want to just hear about who has died. They want to hear about who has a birthday. They want to hear which president has won in this country. They want to hear what someone else has done far, not in Malawi. They want to hear about a successful story of someone in China. And they say, "Oh, that's very inspiring." That's the kind of mindset that I have seen here, that people don't make the decision that I want to change my life. So, and they wonder why their life remains the same. That's what I have seen, that in terms of how we are using our time, I think people would rather use their time in soccer, they would rather use their time in criticizing someone, politics, but for them to sit and think of something that can change their lives, I think the time that is spent there is small. And that's my observation by belonging to several social groups that I have seen. I have noted that the reason why the country like Malawi is poor is because of how the individuals are choosing to use how they are making their decisions and how they are using their time. That's my observation.
I just wanted to make a comment. Can I make a comment?
Yeah, sure.
I just wanted to comment on what Dumi has said about when you are going into business. I think the reality is that you should be prepared to lose some money. So when I've been listening since morning about people saying, "Okay, I want to do this, I want to go into business," but I think the reality is that it's also happening in Malawi that when you go into business, there are other people who seem to be specializing in wanting. First time we lost 130 people, just specializing, working day and night, trying to find ways of stealing money from my life, and they succeeded. We lost 136 million. Just 3 years ago, our own employee swindled us 200 million. So you're talking of 336 million we have lost. But we didn't give up. We are still in business. So I'm just saying this to the participants to be aware that when you are talking about maybe the 40% that you get from your pension that you are going to commute and you want to put in business, just put an allowance that a certain portion of that will lose. And it's a reality. I just wanted to comment because it's a reality. And it has happened to me at my life. Thank you.
Mr. Singo, thank you for that comment. In fact, that tuition fees in business, you just paid your fees.
Okay.
You were owing your fees, so. And thank you for paying. It seems you have no more arrears, so
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming none other than Mr. John Singo. Welcome, sir. The floor is yours. Over to you.
Good afternoon, dear participants.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you, Stan.
Oh, Adson, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm good. Am I able to share my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yes, sir. You're able to share your screen. From our end, we can see.
Beautiful. As has already been stated by Mai, I'm going to present how we can fund for our retirement using insurance products. As an introduction, we know that the probability of survival well after ceasing to work because of old age, when the body becomes weak and loses the power and strength to continue working to earn an income from employment to take care of one's needs, is inherent in any person. There are two things that are inherent in a person, which are covered by insurance. The first one is, if you are not lucky, you will die earlier, which is called premature death. And that risk can also be taken care of by insurance products. But with the advancement of medical science, people are living longer these days. Of course, COVID has kind of changed the dynamics, just as the HIV/AIDS had done, but the scientists managed to discover medication that we all know about, ARVs that are now prolonging lives of people. And being found HIV positive is no longer a problem these days because of the ARVs. Because in insurance, we're talking of longevity, how a person is going to live before he dies. But currently, our scientists are having a challenge with the COVID, and they're trying to, we're all aware, they're trying to come up with the vaccines to try to help people live longer. But when you take COVID out, the advancement in medical science has made people to live longer. And we need to plan for our retirement because we're now seeing people living beyond age 80, some even 100. I remember, for an example, after retirement, my father survived for more than 35 years. And that was after he worked for the government and also worked for 10 years in press corporation. When he retired, he survived for 35 years because he died in his early 90s. Now, that's an indication that people are now living longer. And I think from the first presenters we had, from Audrey, Mwala, and Dumisani, they've given us examples of how we can prepare for retirement. So the risk of premature death and indeed late survival after retirement can be mitigated through life insurance products. In terms of retirement, we have employers' pension funds, individual annuities, endowment insurance policies, unit-linked life insurance policies, and pure savings policies. Starting with the employers' pension fund, as we are all aware, Malawi passed a Pensions Act in 2010, which makes it mandatory for employers to put their employees on a pension arrangement. Before that, it was at the goodwill of employers to put their employees on a retirement plan. And it was not an offense if you did not put your employees on a retirement plan. But from 2010, when the act was passed, it is now mandatory that every employer should put his employees on retirement. Now, And then the standard pension fund, as Audrey said earlier on, normal retirement ages range between 50 to 70. And an employer can choose any age between 50 to 70 as a normal retirement age. However, employees can go on early retirement at any age after attainment of age 50. But you can also go on early retirement regardless of the normal retirement age of your scheme if you are ill, and this is called ill health. The Act allows that once the person has attained the normal retirement age, either be 55 or 60, his accumulated contributions, which will be made up of the members' contributions, the employers' contributions, and indeed the interest or bonuses that these contributions were earning throughout the working time, the person would be allowed to commute 40%. The balance, which obviously would be 60%, would be used to buy an annuity payable for the lifetime of the person. The pension can be guaranteed. I think Audrey did touch on that. You can go for a 0 guarantee, a 5-year guarantee, or indeed a 10-year guarantee. Just to emphasize, the pension is payable for the lifetime of the person, the employee. But then if you decided to go for a 0 guarantee, from the same amount of funds available to buy you a pension, if you go for a 0 guarantee, the pension that you'll be getting will be much higher than if you had gone for a 5-year guarantee or a 10-year guarantee. The issue being that if it's a 0 guarantee, then the pension will cease immediately. Whilst if it is 5-year guarantee, the pension has to be paid for 5 years. If you die, if the pension is guaranteed for 10 years and you die before 10 years, the pension will continue to be paid to your spouse or next of kin until the 10 years. That's the difference. So obviously, where there is no guarantee, the pension is higher, because if you die, assuming you die after getting a 2 years pension, it will cease there, because the pension is payable for your lifetime as long as you are alive. But when you die, then you're looking at now the guaranteed issues. Under the current regime, members will contribute 5% and the employer is contributing 10%. But the members are allowed to pay what are called additional voluntary contributions just to enhance the retirement benefits or the amount that will be accumulated. Audrey did mention that she's paying voluntary contributions in addition to her 5%. The idea is you are trying to enhance or to increase the amount of pension that you get on retirement. The members and employers' contributions are not tax exempt. As a result, when you get your commutation and the pension benefit, they will not be taxed because they were already taxed. The Act, the pensions, the 2010 Pensions Act changed the way of funding for pension in Malawi, in that previously pensions were being funded under what we call the DB or defined benefit arrangements. This is still happening in the civil service. I know in the morning when I was going through the list of the participants, we have some civil servants. What has happened with the civil servants is that there are two schemes that are operating with the in the civil service. There's what we call defined benefit and defined contribution. And I will explain the difference between the two. But for those in the private sector, the 2010 Pensions Act changed the funding arrangements from defined benefit to defined contribution. So predominantly in the private sector, you are having pension funds running on what we call defined contribution arrangement. This is an arrangement where the contribution rate is defined in advance. So you defined the contribution, how much the employee is going to contribute and how much the employer is going to contribute. The contributions from the employee and the employer are accumulated annually with an interest bonus until the member attains normal retirement age. If the normal retirement age is 55 and somebody gets employed at 20, it means he will be contributing for 35 years. As I said earlier on attainment of the normal retirement age at age 55 or 60, whatever was accumulated, say for example, if it was 100 million, the employee would be allowed to get 40%, which is 40 million, tax-free, and the 60 million is what is going to be used to buy an annuity. The alternative funding arrangement, or the old arrangement, was what was called defined benefit arrangement. If you ask me, between the two, what my preference would be or was the defined benefit arrangement. And I'll tell you why. Because under the defined benefit arrangement, you as an employee, you were told that your pension will be accumulating at the rate of 1/30 of your annual salary for each year of service. And therefore, you knew that if you are going to save that employer for 30 years, then you are going to retire on your annual salary. Because it will be 30 over 30 times your annual salary, which is 30 over 30 is 1 times your salary is your annual salary. It was not your problem to follow how the fund is doing, how the investments are being done, and this one was what we call a pure insurance retirement funding product, because you are kind of buying an insurance product that guaranteed you that as long as you work for us for 30 years, you get your annual salary. Of course, there were not many employers that were offering 1/30. I know government was doing that, and I think the Reserve Bank was providing also 1/30 because it's a very, very expensive arrangement. But most of the employers were providing 40, 1/40. So for you to get a retirement equivalent to what you are earning, you needed to do 40 years of service. Just as Dumisani said, the longer you live, the longer you accumulate funds. The onus on ensuring that the pension fund was doing well and would fulfill the promises made to the employer, to the employee, to get the 1/30 or 1/40 was carried by the employer. So the Act then required that such schemes be valued at least every 3 years by an actuary. And now the actuary would do, after 3 years, assess, look at the fund and look at the contributions that have been made there, and then now work out the liabilities in terms of the services accumulated by the members, and if he sees that the money that has been accumulated in the fund is not adequate to meet the promises, i.e. the 1/30th or 1/40th, then we would go to the employer and tell the employer to increase his contribution rates. But likewise, if the scheme had more funds than the benefits that had been promised to the employees, then the employer would be the one who would benefit from the excess amount in the fund by either going on what we used to call contribution holiday or reduce his contribution rate. If, say, for example, contributing 15%, would go and contribute 10%. That's the defined benefit. So it was the employer's responsibility and the fund adequate process to meet the treatment of the employees. Once again, the bit of the employer. So what is defined, the employee is told is that you contribute 5%, I'll contribute 10%. And these contributions will be investing. And whatever will have been accumulated at your time of retirement, we are going to go to an insurance company to buy an annuity. Audrey mentioned earlier on that it is important to go shopping for annuities, because different insurance companies use different annuity rates to come up with your retirement. Therefore, the defined contribution arrangements gives a lot of responsibility to the members themselves to ensure that whatever they are contributing is actually being invested properly by their trustees. And you should take your trustees to task as to find out how they are investing your funds. Normally, funds under pension schemes are invested through what we call long-term investments, like treasury bills, stocks on the stock market, or maybe the companies that are administering your scheme giving out loans to other people who want the loans at a big interest rates, you know. But it is your responsibility. It is no longer now, the responsibility has moved from the employer to you as an employee and to the trustees. So at this point, what I want to emphasize is, as the members of defined contribution arrangements, it is in your interest to ensure that whoever is administering your scheme is investing those contributions that you are making and those that the employer is setting aside for you in instruments that are going to give you good returns. Because at the end of the day, remember, when you are retiring, you are going to get 40% of what would have been accumulated. And what would have been accumulated will be made up of your contributions, the employer's contributions, and the interest that the trustees were getting and crediting to the fund. Very, very important to follow that. What you're seeing on the screen is what I was mentioning, like on the third bullet point, I was saying one pensions under the defined benefit were accumulating at 1/30th, 1/40th, 1/50th, 1/60th, etc. With a 1/30 or 1/40, it is possible for a person to retire on the salary that was getting at retirement. Because under the DB, we're also using some schemes would say the average salary over the last 3 years, other schemes would say average salary over the last 2 years, and other schemes will say the final salary, right? So the main difference between the defined benefit arrangement and the defined contribution arrangement is that the risk of investment or sufficiency of funds in the DB was with the employer. Also under the DC, it relies with the members and the trustees of the scheme. So 3/4 of the people that are participating here, your employers' schemes, including MRA, are DC schemes, defined contributions. So please make sure you follow the performance of your funds. How much are your pension administrators giving you as bonuses? I will share a screen later on just to emphasize. For example, let's assume that somebody enters employment when he's 20 years. You are 20, you are just a fresh young man or young lady, aged 20, and the normal retirement age of your scheme is 55 years. It means you've been in the scheme for 35 years. 55 minus 20 when you entered or join the scheme. And let's again assume that you're starting with a salary of 250 kwacha per month or 3 million kwacha per annum as your starting salary. And let's also assume that you're getting, apart from promotions, you'll be getting an increment of 10% per annum. These are computations that were done by Old Mutual. So please look at these figures properly, because these are figures I obtained from one of the pension administrators. Smile Life does not do pension administration, we only do group life. So I had to go to one of the pension administrators to get this. Are you able to see the figures? Or I can see the participants are blocking some of my figures there.
I think just try to minimize your participant screen. You can just try to minimize it and then you expand this one.
Okay. So with those details that I gave earlier on, where somebody is in the scheme for 35 years, joining at 20, retiring at 55, and getting a monthly salary of 250 or 3 million. After 35 years, contributing 5% and getting the 10% increments without bonus or interest, the members' contributions will have accumulated to, say, 37 million. And the employees' contributions without bonus will have contributed to, say, 107 million. The employee, there I said employer, but it should be employee. The employee contributions with bonus over the 35 years will grow to, say, 74 million. From 36, when you add the bonus that you will be getting, if it was an Old Mutual scheme, you get, the employee will get 74 million. And the employer's contributions would increase from 107 million to 214 million. So, after 35 years, the employees and employer contributions with the interest would do total 321 million after 35 years. That's what you would have in your fund, in your account as an employee or a member. And you'll be allowed to commute 40%, as I said earlier on, of that amount, which works out to be 128 million. Which, as we have learned this morning, some will use that 128 million for the first time now to build a house, start a business, which we have been told is wrong to use that amount to start a business or build a house. houses should be something that you should have been building along. Similarly, business should have been something that you should have been doing along as you work. But if you wait for the commutation to take the 128 million and put it in business, and if you are unlucky, where you lose some of that money, then you'll be in problems. The monthly annuity for that person, if he had not commuted, the 40% would be 1,760,000 without the 40% commutation. And in terms of replacement ratio, it's only 30% of what you were earning. And this is before commutation. Now, if you commute, it means the balance, the 60%, what it will buy for you, the replacement ratio will go down to 18%. Now, this emphasizes, this therefore emphasizes the point that was being made, that you need to have additional income streams. Are you there? Are you still there? I'm not getting any feedback.
We are here. We can hear you loud.
Okay. Yeah. So that's why it has been emphasized since morning that it is important to have additional income streams, because what you get under the pension will not be adequate to sustain you after retirement. Of course, it is expected that some of your obligations or commitments will have lessened. You are supposed to have educated all your children by that time. You should be living in your own house and what have you, but still a jump from 100% to 30% before commutation or 18% after commutation is too low. So it is important to seriously think about additional income streams so that you supplement with what you'll be getting under pension. Another product that you can have, an insurance product you can have, is what is called individual annuity. Whilst you are contributing to a pension fund, you can also buy an annuity as an individual, which is going to mature at the time you'll be retiring. But again, there are some people who are not employed, so they don't have employer's pension fund. They can also buy individual annuities. If you go to an insurance company like Old Mutual, Nicolife, and Vanguard, they sell this kind of products where you can buy an annuity policy that can mature when you are 50, 55, or 70, to coincide with the time that your pension fund will be, you'll be retiring from your pension fund, just to increase the replacement values or ratio. Another product you can buy from an insurance company is called an endowment assurance policy. A person can buy an endowment policy with adequate sum assured to mature at his expected retirement age. So that as you are covered under the pension scheme, you can have also an endowment policy from one of the life insurance companies. Now, the beauty with an endowment insurance policy is that it pays on two occasions. It can pay at the maturity, which you will have worked out to coincide with your retirement age, or if on premature death, the sum assured will also be paid to your beneficiaries. So the benefit of an endowment policy is that the sum assured can also be paid to the dependents of the policyholder on death prior to the maturity date of the policy. Another insurance product that you can consider is what is called a unit-linked insurance policy. Now, a unit-linked insurance policy works like the endowment, but it's slightly different. This you find it's a special product, and I know Old Mutual has one. The policy is unit-linked to some investments portfolios. So the premiums that you pay are divided into two. A portion, a smaller portion, is used to buy life insurance cover, so that in the event of premature death, there will be some life insurance cover paid to your dependents. But the bigger portion is invested in some investments pools, like with Old Mutual, they would invest in maybe treasury bills, the stocks, and what have you. So these will work like the pension fund, which the trustees are also investing in similar instruments. And the idea is that you are benefiting from the investments, from the investment portfolios, but at the same time, you have the life insurance cover. You can also have pure saving policies, and these are very good instruments. I know Nico Life is selling quite a lot of these, and I remember I also had one policy with Nico at one time. It runs for a period of 5 years, and it does give actually quite a lot. I remember my pure savings policy I had with Nico. When it matured, I was able to buy a very good vehicle with that amount. I got about 10 million from it, and combined with my other investments elsewhere, I was able to buy a vehicle with that, which now I regret having done that, because what I should have been doing, when the policy matures, I should have been reinvesting, you see, so that there's growth in the funds. This presents the end of my presentation, but allow me to say one or two things departing from there, which I always like to share with my colleagues, because I know some of you know me as an entrepreneur, which I am, and I'm passionate about these additional income streams. I like in investing to create additional income streams. And I like giving practical examples, which I would want some of you to emulate from here. During my presentations, I always give this example. You know, living in Blantyre at my level, I know some of you know that I'm the founder of Small Life Insurance Company, which we started in 2009. It's now 11 years. I did mention in the morning when I was giving comments on losing money, we've lost close to 330 million from fraud and theft by servant. But we've persisted, and we are expecting to, this year, 2020, we're expecting to make a profit of not less than 200 million. But what I want to share with you is not more to do with a small life, but to do with investing as individuals, which I would want you to think about. Being a chief executive officer of Small Life, obviously my group of friends also see chief executive officers of various companies. And every week we used to meet at Moth Club. Those of you who are in Blantyre know where Moth Club is. So as CEOs, to cool down, we used to meet every Friday at Moth Club. And it was a grouping of chief executive officers, I have said. And every time you went out on a weekend, you would spend not less than 20,000 kwacha. Not less than 20,000 kwacha. Because you're going out with colleagues who are drinking whiskeys, not cheap whiskeys, but we're talking of expensive whiskeys and what have you. And to be in the group, which Dumisani kept on emphasizing that sometimes we lose opportunities because of such things where we want to live and be called aguti. Yeah? So you'd spend 20,000 a week, not less than minimum 20,000. Because if you are in a group of 6 and everybody is drinking a whiskey and the total whiskey is 2,000, yeah, and you buy meat and what have you, yeah. So in a month you're spending 80,000. If you think about it, you're spending 80,000. But what I realized was I was not being prudent by going and associating with my friends, just to be called CO. I realized that if I invested my 80,000 properly, I would actually make a kilo or make money out of that. So I decided to open a farm in Ncube. I've got a sizable farm in Ncube, 25 hectares. Then I decided to say I was going to plant this exotic mango. And a mango at Vumbo Research Center, one tree or one seedling costs 500 kwacha. Out of the 80,000, if you divide 80,000 by 500 kwacha, it will give you 160 trees of mangoes, or seedlings of mangoes. Now, a mango tree, when it is fully matured, it produces between 350 to 400 mangoes. For those of you who know these exotic mango chizungu, they will give you between 350 and 400 mangoes. And a mango, those mangoes, if you go to Standard Bank or opposite Standard Bank, these vendors, they are selling a mango at 500. And when they are going off season, they reach as far as 600 kwacha a mango. Now, assume when you take into account mangoes that will go bad, and then maybe the tree will give you 200. Just for example, 160 mangoes that you get out of the 80 per month, multiply by 200 kwacha each mango, and assume instead of 350 or 400, you are getting 200 mangoes. If you can do a simple arithmetic, 160 times 200 kwacha mango and 200 mangoes, not talking of 350 mangoes or 400, that gives you 6.4 million. Obviously, it will give you much more than that if it was 300 mangoes and you are selling at 400 each. But for the argument's sake, I just worked out 200, and 200 each mango, and the tree gives you 200, the 160 mangoes. Now, assume you have got 1,000 mangoes. Same 200 and 200, it gives you 40 million per annum. Of course, Audrey said earlier on, a mango tree, don't plant it today and start harvesting. It's a long-term plan. When you want to say you want to go into farming, it's something that you need to start thinking as you are working now. I've already started harvesting my mangoes. This year I was my first harvest, because those mangoes, within the first year they start flowering. You of course prune out the flowers, because if you allow it to produce the mangoes, the tree will fall apart because the mangoes are heavy. But after 2 years, they start producing. 3 years, by 4 years, it's a mature tree, and it start giving you mangoes. If you had 3,000 mangoes, which is possible, how much would you have? I thought I should share this tip as something that you should be thinking about, because I heard some people were saying, I want to do farming. Yes, do farming, but you start now. Don't wait until you get your retirement benefits. Apart from the mangoes, I have got animals. I've got goats, sheep, over 70 each, sheep, goats, and the cattle. So it's good to go into farming, but start now. Apart from the farming business, I've got also other businesses, which are not the subject of today, but I was just buttressing the fact that we need to increase our income streams to supplement the displacement ratios that is low, that you get from your pension. Lastly, I wanted to say that if you do not plan your future, poverty will plan it for you, and the poverty will come when you retire. And a lot of examples and why it will happen have already been given. I'm sure you have been taking notes. And also finally, I want to appeal to the HR professionals that are here, that sometimes we send people to these courses, those that are about 3 or 4 years to retirement, and we've heard with emphasis that you need to plan for your retirement well in advance, even 10 years before you retire. So next time you are sending people for such type of training, don't only look at the people who have got 3 or 4 years. It may be too late for them, but involve the youngsters who have got 10, 15 years to go to retirement, so that when they get this kind of tips, they can start planning for their retirement and then live happy thereafter. Thank you very much. I'll take questions.
Yeah, so I wanted to just comment on what, to add on what Sten had said, that at your retirement, you are free to commute your 20%. Now he gave us 2 options. The first one was that if you do not commute your 40%, you'll be receiving an annuity which is higher. That's 1.7 million, according to the table that he had. And he gave another example where he said, but if you commute, you'll be receiving 1 million, I think just about 1 million. Now, what I wanted to say is that my advice from my experience is that don't leave your money at the retirement, and you don't take all your money into retirement annuities. In other words, don't say I'm not going to commute. If you do that, you're going to lose financially. So what happens is that if he commuted the 40%, if you remember the figure that he was showing us, it was 128 million, if you remember that figure. So that 128 million, according to the calculations that he had, the figure that you'll be getting every month for your growth is going to be about 9%. That will be what you'll be getting. And then that 9% extra is what will give you the difference between, was it 1.4? I think it was 1.4 million. I don't know, Stan, if I can bother you to share again the slide. Do you remember that slide? Yeah,
that one.
Yeah. So if you look at the difference between 1.7 and 1 million, it means you are losing this 128 million that is showing. So what you're supposed to do is go get it, take all of it. Now your risk will be, what if I lose it? Because like Steny said, and we've talked about it in the morning, you can take all that amount and then someone is going to tell you that, oh no, but if you can only invest in trucks, you're going to be rich. And you'll be excited. You take that 128 million and buy maybe 3 trucks. I don't know how much trucks are. And then you discover that as calamity has it, one truck has caught fire in Mozambique, another truck was involved in an accident, there is theft. You discover all sorts of problems and you lose that whole amount. So you can be scared. So all I'm saying is that you need to be financially wise. So if you leave there, the 128 million, what you'll be getting in a year will be 11 million. So in a month, it means you are getting 960. So that's what you're getting. But now, because you know these insurance companies, they've got their charges, they've got their whatever they will be charging there, what will actually come to your pocket is now only about 700. That's why you have the difference between 1.7 and the 1 million. Now, that same amount, if you decide to withdraw it, you're going to put your 128,000 in a treasury bond, maybe a 5-year treasury bond. It's still safe. You haven't touched it, and the government will always give you back. Then if you take that on a monthly basis, it means you are now getting 2.2 million. So you can see that by leaving it there, you were only getting 900. By making that decision to be in control of your own money, you're going to end up with 2.2 million. So I wanted to make the mistake of leaving your money when you retire. When you have your chance to retire, even at an early retirement, even like for me, if I decide I'll go and get the whole 40%, but I'm not going to play with that money. I'm going to now invest it in a treasury bond, or I can invest it even in treasury, in some equities. It's a little bit better, but I think the safer way will be the government bonds. Let's take that example. I just wanted to add on that.
Oh, fantastic. That's great. Thanks for the comment. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Mr. John Lopez Kamanga. Welcome.
Thank you, Mai. Afternoon, everybody. My video, but at least you can hear me properly.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Sure.
My presentation basically will center on trying to define what the stock exchange is all about. And then we'll also delve much on terms of actually the investment assets which are available within the capital market as well as the stock exchange. And then on how you can create wealth within those assets which are available in the stock market. And then the benefits of investing on those instruments. And then on how can you invest on the stock exchange. Further to that, we'll go in terms of actually trying to find out examples on actually wealth creation on the stock market. So that at least you should know in terms of how you can actually create that wealth. So basically that will be my journey to take you through as we delve in terms of this topic. On the stock market, actually the stock market is just like if you go to Blantyre market or soccer market, so it is a market for financial instruments. What we mean by financial instruments is basically instruments which are traded in the financial market. So within the stock exchange, you have buyers as well as basically buyers, we call them investors. The sellers, we call them the issuers of the products. So that's which you can find in the capital market. And these products are basically short-term investment products as well as the long-term investment products. Within the short-term investment products, we have products under the money market instruments. So you find that under money markets, you have what we call the treasury bills. Audrey mentioned about them. These are basically the longest tenor or the longest period you have for the treasury bills is 364 days. And then you also have commercial paper, which are issued by the private. They are also up to 1 year. These are actually under the money markets. What happens that by calling them treasury bills, it means that the government or the central bank is borrowing from you, the investors. And that's why they're calling them actually the treasury. But basically, in a layman's language, is I would say is the money which you lend out to the government through the central bank within a period of 1 year. That's what it basically means. And then you have what we call the capital markets products. Under capital markets products, we have what we call shares. These are unit of ownership in a company. For example, you want to buy a grocery, but within that grocery, you find that at least that grocery is maybe about 100,000. But you may not be in a position to actually raise that 100,000 on yourself. So you invite your colleagues to be part owners of that grocery of 100,000. So you may contribute yourself 50,000. The other two colleagues may contribute 15, and 20, and then you find that you are 4 of you. So you find that at least with your 50,000, you have got the 50%, and these others have got 15%, as well as 20%. So you own part, you are a part owner of that grocery, and those units which you have invested is what we call shares. On top of that, in the capital market, you also find we have what we call bonds. Bonds are similar to actually, in fact, it's a loan which you give out to a private sector, a company. They range more than 5 years, up to 10 years, 15 years, up to 20 years. And these are actually borrowed by the private sector companies. Recently, we have seen like my banking corporation having borrowed from the market about 14 billion kwacha. So those are what they fall under the capital market. On top of that, the government also issues instruments under the capital markets, what we call currently, we have seen about the treasury notes. And it is in the paper today that at least the government actually has borrowed through the treasury notes around 500 billion Malai kwacha. What happens that the government would like now, instead of using the treasury bills, which are short term, less than 1 year, they would like to go long term, about 5 years, 10 years. So they're borrowing from the market, and those instruments which are issued by the government, we call them the treasury notes. And then you go in terms of actually the property market investments. Under the property market investments, you can invest actually in what you call real estate. In this real estate, you have, like, for example, if you're an individual, you can be investing into office buildings. Currently, we have seen people also building what we call school accommodation, hostels for the students, because we have a mushroom of actually the tertiary schools coming up within the urban centers, and all these are looking for accommodation. So you can invest actually in coming up with the school accommodation hostels for the students. Above that, you can also have houses for rentals. This is basically for the middle class population, which is growing. We have seen actually lots of tertiary education, and people are graduating and are finding jobs in urban centers, and they are looking for smaller houses currently people are calling them the townhouses, similar to the blocks which we have in Kosanyu Naperi or Area 18, the fours, and have that one actually, which you can actually invest in, and that falls under the property market investment. And then the other investments which fall in between is basically the one which, sorry, it has gone very fast, sorry. I'm sorry, which falls in between. I'm trying to get it. So I've already gone to thank you. I don't know how it is doing this thing. Sorry. Which falls in between, you find that at least we have the one which we have, let me go it below. We have the commodity markets. Within the commodity investments, here is actually now in Malawi, we have two commodities exchange. We have the agricultural commodities exchange as well as the auction holdings commodities exchange. The products in these exchanges we call warehouse receipts. Basically, what it involves is that instead of you actually, you can invest in buying of beans, but you don't normally actually have those beans at your warehouse. So you can just have a receipt signifying that at least you have stock of beans sitting somewhere else, maybe in Mwala, or you have got stock of soya beans sitting somewhere else in Sanje. So those actually there are products which you can find them under the commodities exchange. So basically, you find that at least in terms of investment arena, the stock exchange basically falls under the capital markets, where you find that at least you have the products which you can actually buy. These are shares, bonds, as well as the treasury notes. Currently, we have actually products with the under the stock market. We have the debt securities. Basically, the Malawi stock is trading on the debt securities. These are what we call government bonds. Currently, we have about 23 government bonds which are being traded, as well as corporate bonds. These are private sector, as I've already said, by the general public. We have 5 of them. And then we have 16 listed companies on the stock market. So you can see that even the government is able to access funds on the stock market. The recent one, we had about 16, which were listed, the 23, and last year we just listed about 16, and they raised about 950 billion Malawi kwacha from the capital market, from the stock exchange. So you can see that even the government is able to raise about 950 billion, which is closer to 1 trillion Malawi kwacha. And then the corporate bonds under the private sector was about 14 billion Malawi kwacha. So you can see that at least there's that capacity of actually raising capital and providing the investment avenues to the investors in terms of where to invest. Now, going in terms of defining what is a bond and what are the benefits. Basically, a bond is a debt investment instrument that a company with a defined investment period and investors any return from actually in form of an interest or a coupon. What it entails that a bond, basically, in layman's language, this in a rodiera. The Gongole, many antutimata kupereka ku company. And now, instead of calling it a loan, we call it as a bond. And this bond is basically, it has got a defined investment period. Basically, it ranges from about 5, or others you can have 10 years, others you can have 15 years, up to 20 years. And the other parameter within it, the variable within a bond, is that you earn an interest. You find that others, they will tell you that we have issued a bond of 10%. or a bond of 15%. And you find that the interest on a bond is much, much higher than the savings rate because it is linked to the inflation aspect, so that you should be above the inflation, and which means you are not supposed to be worse off. So you find that like the bond which we have on the stock markets, they are all above inflation, which means you are able to earn a good return as a result of that. And what are the benefits? One of the benefits is the cash income in form of interest. You are able to know, and because the interest basically is given every 6 months, so you are able to plan, and you know that at least every 6 months you'll be given your interest as a result coming out of your investment which you have undertaken, which means it gives you the predictability of cash flows. For example, if it is every 6 months, you know that on such a debt, I'm going to have actually my interest. So it gives you an element of predictability and for you to plan properly. It is also low to medium risk investments. As I've already said, the bond actually basically is low risk in the sense that at least you know that at least you're going to give in the interest rates, the interest, which is the coupon, and you know the time when actually the bond is going to mature, because currently all the bonds which are available, they are fully secured, which means they have got actually a guarantor as a result of that. And then on top of that, you have they usually have positive return on investments. What we mean is that the bonds, they give you the return on investments. It is always actually positive in the sense that they are above the inflation. So you are able to get a real return on investments because your investments are above actually the inflation aspect. The other aspect with the bond, you have the priority of payment in the event of liquidation, which means that if the issuer comes and then...
Mr. Kamanga, can you put a full presentation? Put it on a presentation mode, please.
Oh, sorry, sir. You find that at least on the on the priority of payment in the event of liquidation, what it entails that if the company goes bankrupt, as a lender of those actually the bonds, you find that at least you have got a priority of payment. It means the liquidator, after liquidating the company, you are the first to be given out of the process in terms of your funds. So you don't lose out, because in terms of the bond, you have the what we call secure. You have the number one. You have what the priority. So that's the advantage of investing in a bond. The other instruments which you can have actually on the capital market is actually shares. As I've already said, shares is a unit of ownership in a company. You can, as the example which I gave you, with the share ownership, it affords you, the shareholders, the rights or interest in the management, as well as the profits, as well as the ultimately the assets of the company. You know, for example, if you have invested in Sunbed, you have invested in National Bank and the Standard Bank, you participate in terms of actually the management. What happens is that there are certain decisions, how small you might be, they cannot be taken without you, the shareholders, voting. And for example, they cannot dilute your share ownership in a company without you giving a consent. And there are certain decisions a company can take. They need actually to have a consent of even those smaller shareholders. For example, there are certain elements in terms of like what we are saying, that a decision can only be passed if you reach an 80% majority. So which means that if, for example, like Prescorp has got a 52% in a National Bank, there are certain decisions they cannot pass without the minority shareholder also agreeing. So if how good that decision might be, if the minority shareholders do not agree to that, you find that that decision may not pass. Therefore, you have that element, you have the rights in the decision making of the company as a shareholder, despite owning a very small shareholding in National Bank. Now, what are the benefits of owning a share? One is the dividend income. You know, the company makes, once it has performed quite well, you are in a position to be given a dividend income. This is basically sometimes it's every after the 6 months and after end of year. And sometimes the certain companies, they give up to 3 years, depending on the performance of the company. However, currently you find that with the what we call the Companies Act requires the solvency ratio, you know. So you cannot pay. Sometimes if the company is not solvent enough, you find that at least you'll not be in a position. But however, you'll be in a position to get your dividend once you invest. So that's another advantage. But this is dependent only when the company actually has performed very well. And the other benefit is making capital gains. What it means is that at least you are in a position to have a share price increase. For example, Airtel came into the market at a price of 12 kwacha, but now it's almost about 27 kwacha. You know, so you can see that, for example, like FDH, when it came into the market, it was about 12 kwacha. It's now about 14 kwacha. That difference of 2 kwacha is what we call the capital gains. So, in fact, most of the companies which we have from the listing prices all have gone up. However, in between, you may have actually what we call capital losses. For example, you can buy today and then tomorrow you find that the company is not performing well, the price may go down. So you may experience actually a capital loss. But overall, the benefits is that the long-term returns, they are above inflation. Later on, I'm going to give you an example to elaborate and to justify that within the stock market, the long-term returns, they're always above inflation. And the other benefit is that shares can be used as loan security or collateral. You know, within the shares which you have bought, sometimes we've been relying on title deeds for our property in terms of getting collateral. But currently, with actually the loans, the shares which you have, you can go to the bank, and then the bank will give you a loan depending on the performance of the counter. Basically, they will give a loan up to a maximum of about, they will not exceed 50% of the value at that particular point in time. So if your portfolio is around maybe 100 million, you'd be in a position to get a loan up to 50 million without necessarily actually surrendering your house. So you have the shares, you can use them as a collateral for the loan which you like to get. The other aspect is that the liquidity investment assets, what it entails that at least it is easily converted to cash. Yes, people have been complaining that at least maybe it takes long, but now that we have gone digital, it doesn't take long as there is that market liquidity. What it means that once there is those actually the buyers and the investors are available in the market, you find that it is easily converted. So for example, at this point in time, when others, they wanted to pay for school fees, they're able to sell their shares, get the cash and pay school fees, able to sell their shares, get the cash and buy farm inputs. So you are able to actually liquidate, to convert your shares in terms of actually cash. That's the benefits of also owning shares. And then the other aspect with shares is that it can be used to diversify your risk. I remember Audrey was talking about you need to diversify in a minimum of about 10 listed companies. What it entails that you are able to diversify within the stock market, because within the stock market, we have the diverse range of companies. We have companies within the IT, we have companies within the hospitality industry, we have companies within the financial services like banks and insurance. We have companies which are in the telecoms industry. Especially this time around, you have seen that at least because of the COVID, the companies within the hospitality industry have taken a very big knock, because you find that, like, let's say today, we have, instead of within a hotel, we are within the premises of our offices. But then because of we're within the premises of our offices, you find that we're using data bundles. So you find that at least the telecom companies, they're making money, while the sunbeds, black hotels, are losing out. But in our case here, you find that each of us is able to use the IT. In so doing, we're using the data bundles. So there is a part of revenue, and that's why we've seen that Airtel, TNM, they're actually making they're performing quite well. So if you are able to invest on the stock market in different sectors, you find that you are able to diversify your risk, which means that if for example, you'll not be getting dividend out of Sunbed and the Blantyre hotels, but you'll be getting dividend from Airtel and TNM, or dividend from Standard Bank, National Bank, NBS, or dividend from maybe a Press Corporation or FMBCH or Old Mutual. So you are diversifying your risk within the stock market. That's the another advantages or benefits in terms of actually investing on the stock market. Now, how do you invest through the stock exchange? Currently, we have 4 stock brokers. We have Alliance Capital Limited, we have Cedar Capital Limited, we have Continental Capital Limited, as well as Stockbrokers Malawi Limited. But you can also invest through what we call non-member institutions. These are fund managers who are also registered on the stock exchange. We have Continental Asset Management, we have NBM Capital, and then we have Nico Asset Management, as well as Old Mutual Investment Group. But there are also others which actually you can invest in. What happens is that you as an investor, you don't come directly to the stock exchange. As an investor, you go through these actually companies, and with these companies, they open what we call an security invest or an investment account. Because currently we've gone digital, we don't use paper. What happens is that they open an investment account within our system, within the CSD, Central Share Depository System, such that if you're an investor like John Kamanga, you'd be in the system. And what happens is that once you want to have your statement, the broker would print you. Just as we have, let's say in terms of the bank, people have been asking what security, what information we have. Just like at the bank, you find that currently we don't have, other than the checkbook, we don't have those a passbook which you use to write only withdrawals whatsoever, which means you only have your, for example, the number. That number should be in a position to identify you because it is linked to all the KYC which you have submitted. Currently, we use the national registration, national identification number under the National Registration Bureau, as directed by the Registrar of Financial Institutions. So we have gone out using, for example, what we call the make registration. We used to have the voter registration as a card or the passports. Currently, we're using the national identity numbers to identify you as an individual. So you need to go through these entities, the 4 brokers which I've mentioned, as well as the non-member institutions. Now, how do you create wealth through the capital market? I would like to give you an example in terms of how Mr. Banda created wealth. When he had about 100,000 in 2000, with that 100,000, he bought some shares, about 25,000 shares, because at that time it was about 4 kwacha during the IPO. And this example actually discount in terms of the dividend over the past 20 years. We're just using the capital gains which has been registered. Today, after the 20 years, if you look at the price of National Bank, the way it has grown, that 25,000 shares which he bought after the 20 years, it translates to about 15,442,000 kwacha. So you can imagine within that 20 years, from 100,000 to 15.4 million Malawi kwacha. This is subtracting the dividend which you have earned over the period of 20 years. So you can see that at least the benefits which you have created in terms of wealth, which has been created in the in the capital market by investing in the stock exchange. Very few. I mean, you can imagine if even actually, there's my colleague here, Huston, Mr. Chamba. In 2000, I don't think he failed he used to have maybe the 100,000. If that money you had put in under the shares under National Bank, they would be getting the 15.5 million. I think this one you can actually even send your kids to a reputable university. And if in Malawi, it means you can send even about more than 10 students or even 20 out of that to finish the school. So you can see that at least that's the benefits. And this is just a synopsis of actually the example which I would give. Now, what are the tips? One of the tips is the stock market is for the long term. The stock markets in the long term yield higher returns than money market. That is a fact. And overtime gains have the potential to offset all the losses. What it entails that there might be some capital losses over the years, but if you average it out, you find that at least the overtime gains, they can offset those losses which you have. And I'm trying to elaborate and give you the empirical evidence here that in terms of the stock market return, under the 20-year period, since actually the 2000, average is about 33.46%. And the highest we had was about 2006 or 2008, about 154%. So you can imagine at least these are the returns on your investments. Well, on the 91 treasury bills, over the period of 20 years, if you average out, it's about 24.71%. And then the highest return is about 42.85%. And then inflation, if you look at the average over the 20 years, is 18.93%, which is about 19%. And if you compare to the average return on the stock market of 33.5%, it means you're already much, much higher, by about 14% or so. And if you compare the same over the average inflation of about 46% against the 154% during the high peak year, you find that you're almost 100% higher. And then if you compare with the treasury bills on the inflation, you are just slightly about 5% higher. Where on the lowest, on the highest return, you have lost out about 3%. So you can see that at least the stock market gives you high return and it hedges against actually the inflation aspects which you may experience over the years, because on average it's around 33.4% and the highest is about 154%. And if you look at the gains in one company, can also offset losses in another company. In terms of another tip is you need to diversify. For example, you find that in 2019, NBM was the highest with about 60% in terms of the return. Coming about, then we had about Mpico about 50%, then NBS around 40%. But these others had gone down. For example, we had the FMBCH, which had gone down by about 23%. Ilovo had gone down by about 22%. Sunbed about 18%. And then TNM also had gone down for about 5%. So you can see that there are about 4 companies which had gone under in 2019. But then we had more companies which had also registered quite good returns. So if you diversify as another tip of investing in the stock market, you are able to find gains in other companies can offset losses in other companies. The other aspect is that start small. You don't have to wait to have a lot of money to invest in the stock market. it is not necessary to have a lot of money in order to invest for your future. Setting aside a few kwachas for investment purposes will benefit you more ways than one. Remember, Mr. Singo just demonstrated about the 20,000 which they spend at the youth club. I would give you an example. For example, if you look at in terms of Airtel. Airtel is about 28,000, which means 4 shares with 1,000 with 100 you can buy about 4 shares, which means with 1,000 you can buy about 40 shares. So you mean that what it entails that for our colleagues, despite the ban of 8 o'clock, a Carlsberg beer, I was just looking at it, is when I went to PTC to check, it's about 1,100, 1,200. So which means that on one beer, you're consuming about 40 shares of Airtel. If you're at Kamba sitting on the whole crate, you can imagine how many shares are you sitting on? A crate of 20 bottles. Those are the foregone opportunities. So you don't have to wait to have 1 million kwacha to invest. Small amount, especially now that is the minimum amount of shares you can buy on the stock market is only 1 share. So you don't have to wait to have so much money for you to invest on the stock market. Start small and you'll grow. And you create the habit to invest regularly. You know, you have people are so hungry to buy units on a daily basis. You can create that impetus in buying actually to have that a regular investment or a culture within you. Open an account with a stockbroker and ensure that you are monitoring your investment by keeping up to date with the stock news in the paper, so that you invest regularly and then you open up. And then the other aspect is that invest or save before you spend. I would give you an example. On the left side, you find that you have an income, 100,000 kwacha. There is a tax, assuming now this is the time when there was a tax, let's say now it's 0, but at least let's assume there is tax of 30%. You pay tax of 30,000. There is a pension of 5%. There is rental of 30,000. Home expenses 35. You find that you have no balance for savings. But if you put savings as your paramount, as a culture within you, you have that income of 100,000, you pay the tax as an obligation, you pay the pension, and then you say, I'm going to save 5%. And then you pay the rent at 30,000. You find that you have a balance of 30,000. And then, which means now you'll be reducing on your home expenses to have 30,000 instead of the 35. So you are able to save on a daily, on a monthly basis if you have that element. The other aspect is that, as of the tip, is join investment clubs. It's very important to have these investment clubs. Not necessarily these whereby you have village banking, you put money under somebody's account. It should be well established whereby you can have a control, not putting money under Mrs. Audrey Mwala's account, your point of view. And if Mrs. Audrey Mwala is sick, the account is inactive. You can't, especially when you need somebody's presence to go and withdraw money. So join investments club where you have a common account where you can invest in other than having an individual account. Therefore, you can learn to take advantage of the talents of others while they also benefit from your ideas. With investment club, what happens is that we're coming from different social backgrounds. You'd be in a position to share your talents and then ideas. In so doing, you find that you can go, for example, Mr. Singo was talking about the Moth Club. With that club of chief executives which are there, you're able to share some ideas. Though some actually they'll discourage you, but then you can pick some which you can actually take advantage of and then move forward. And then the other aspect is that you need to seek professional advice. Always remember to seek professional advice before investing your money. It's very important. because sometimes you may not be knowledgeable, but if you seek advice from the professionals, you may benefit quite a lot. Keep in mind that the best investment strategies are those that allow you to make money steadily over a long period of time. It's very important, you need to make money because money actually, the principle is don't lose money. And the second principle is remember the first principle. So the first principle is don't lose money. The second principle is remember the first principle. It's very important. And I've got a good quotes. If you don't find a way to make money while asleep, you wake until you die. That's Warren Buffett. There is a tendency, I've been in the civil service myself. You find that somebody who is about 59 is being reminded, you find that they start changing goalposts. No, I'm not 59. I feel the GP1 form which I filled is wrong. Mr. Chamba is in the human resources. You find that even at Admichael where you were, you find that people keep on changing because they don't have actually another way of making money while asleep. So it's very important to make money while asleep so that you need to avoid waking until you die. We have a tendency in Malawi that retirement, when you're told when to retire, as if it is a death sentence. And we need to change. I've seen the crop of people actually, the attendees here is very good. We need to start planning now and be ready for retirement, such that when they tell you that you are going to retire, it's not supposed to be a death sentence. You need to happily go. And some of us, I can challenge you anytime. If I'm told that Mr. Kamanga go, I will happily move out of the stock exchange. I've prepared myself for that. It's not like I'm trying to brag, but at least I'm in the investment aspect. Audrey Mwala would be telling you the same. She is more than prepared. The issue is that once you have worked for 20 years plus, you should be in a position to prepare yourself that at least you can move out from that comfort zone. There is life outside our offices. Sometimes we have the fear of the unknown. If your salary is your only source of income, just know that you are one step away from poverty. You need to have actually other sources of income. You find that at least my wife works at the High Court. You find that the civil servants, Madam, can we have security courts in days whatsoever? They are used to these allowances, and then they know that there's this COVID, you can't go out. And somebody they wants to travel to have security costs. What it means is that you only have salary as your only source of income. So with the current crop which I've seen there, with the current attendees which I've seen there, create other sources of income. Don't rely only on salary. And if you have only salary, just know that you are just one step away from poverty, and you need to avoid that. I think with this, what I would say that at this time of the day, especially now, with the COVID coming in, we need to be prepared in terms of investments. And in fact, even in the Bible, in the Proverbs, they say, a clever man leaves wealth for his children and his great children. A stupid man leaves debt for his family and his children. Who are you? Are you a clever or a stupid person? Thank you.